Announcements, none. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister of Finance, Minister for Rodrigues and Outer Islands. Whether in regard to the Prime Minister's office and the Ministry of Finance, respectively, he will state A, the names, position, qualifications, and salaries of the senior advisors and advisors appointed thereat since December 2024 to date, indicating the board of any parastatal body or government-owned company on which they are members and the allowances drawn. And B, whether there are other nominees attached to the said office.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In regard to party of the question, I was just looking through the list. Perhaps it might be better if I table the information requested by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, unless you want me to read it. It's a long list. Not so many people, but the qualifications and all this. So I'll wait to the House of the Assembly. In relation to membership of boards of parastatal bodies or government-owned companies, there are currently only 2 advisors who are appointed in that capacity. One is Mr. Rakesh Bakuri, Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor. He's also serving as Director of the Economic Development Board, drawing a monthly board fee of 40,000 rupees since the 31st of March 2025, and also Dr. Takesh Laku as Chairperson of the State Trading Corporation, drawing an all-inclusive monthly allowance of 44,250 rupees since the 3rd of February 2025. Madam Speaker, I wish to refer the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to the statement I made to the House at our sitting on the 25th of June 2025, wherein I pointed out that except in a couple of cases where advisors are serving on boards and committees, I have given strict instructions not to have any other advisor to serve on boards and committees. That is from the 25th of June 2025. These 2 advisors were appointed before that date. Madam Speaker, it would be apposite for me to explain the rationale of this decision. The House will recall that under the former government, advisors were allowed to serve on numerous boards where they were earning revenues which were very often much higher than their salaries. Let me give you a few examples where advisors were authorized to make such a gross abuse of their membership on boards and committees. One, Mr. Bala, who was drawing a salary of 163,000 rupees, 163,250 rupees as special advisor, who was also appointed as chairperson or director of the Mauritius Revenue Authority, of the SBM Bank Holdings Limited, of Mauritius Telecom, of Multi-Carrier Mauritius Limited, of Metro Express Limited, of SBM Africa Holdings Limited, SBM Bank Kenya Limited, paid in US dollars, not rupees. Mauritius Duty Free Paradise Company Limited and Rodrigues Duty Free Paradise Company Limited. I can give you many other examples, Madam Speaker. Mr. Prakash Mantua, Special Advisor, was drawing 132,000 rupees per month and 20,000 rupees as extra duty allowance, as was also chairperson of Airports of Mauritius Company Limited, Airport Terminal Corporations Limited, Mauritius Duty Free Paradise Company Limited. He was also a member of numerous boards and committees, including 9 committees of SBM Holdings Limited, State Insurance Company of Mauritius Limited, SICOM, and 2 of its subcommittees, Air Mauritius Limited, Air Mauritius Holdings Limited, Air May Limited, and Mauritius Helicopter Limited. There is Mr. Krideo Bikari, Special Advisor, was drawing a salary of 119,500 rupees. He was also appointed on the board of the following: Gambling Regulatory Authority, Mauritius Duty Free Paradise Company Limited, Rodrigues Duty Free Paradise Company Limited, Airport of Rodrigues Limited, Point Cano Resort Company Limited, Metro Express Limited. I could go on and on, Madam Speaker, and refer to many of the such cases. I should also highlight that Mr. Prakash Mantua, Special Advisor, who sat on 14 boards and 7 committees, he drew between 15 million rupees between the period January 2015 to November 2024. 15 million. Mr. Nayan Kumar Bada, Special Advisor, sat on 9 boards and drew a total of 7.5 million rupees during period February 2023 to November 2024. Mr. Krideo Bikari, Senior Advisor, sat on 6 boards and 3 committees, and he drew a total of 16 million rupees from March 2015 to November 2025. Mr. Ken Oya, Senior Advisor, sat on 7 boards and committees, 4 committees, and he drew a total of 11.3 million rupees during the period February 2018 and September 2021. There are other names I could keep going on. May I also draw the attention of the House, under the former regime, there were 31 senior advisors or advisors attached to the Prime Minister's office. 31. And from 2015 to 2024, there were 14 attached to the Ministry of Finance. And Madam Speaker, in regard to Part B of the question, I wish to state that there are no other nominees attached to my office.
Yes, your first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam
Use the
Speaker,
mic,
the
use the
population
mic.
wants to know what is
Use the
happening
mic.
now at the Prime Minister. Not what happened before. Madam Speaker,
Let
the
him
Honourable Prime Minister mentioned his Chief of Staff. Can we be informed what are his duties, Madam Speaker?
Already, Madam Speaker. That is why Chief of Staff does. He looks at, I can give you the details if you want, but it will take time. His duties are, he has to provide clarification or insight into specific public projects. He's also involved in analytical, practical, and problem solving in nature. In other words, to help initiatives forwarded by the ministry, by the Prime Minister's office, and also to address the needs and concerns of those affected. In other words, also people come and see him for other things.
Yes, second.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Recently, the Chief of Staff expressed himself in the press. Can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm if he was the subject of severe criticisms from the former Deputy Prime Minister? And may we know what were the subject of those criticisms?
He was subject
Prime
to
Minister reply,
criticism
please.
from the former Deputy Prime Minister. Yes, he was. The former Deputy Prime Minister thought that he was on the EDB board and that he was interfering in that board.
Madam Speaker, can the Honourable Prime Minister state if his Chief of Staff is in fact a member of the infamous Gang des Cinq as expressed by the former Deputy Prime Minister?
That, Madam Speaker, is a fiction of the imagination. There is no such gang. There are people whom I know who have come to see me in my office. It doesn't mean they're working for me. I meet many people, including people who have worked very closely to me for the 10 years, when people didn't want even to see me, were turning their backs. These people were there. So I'm not going to stop seeing them. But they're not a gang of 5, as you mentioned.
Prime Minister mentioned
talk
that.
while sitting. Carry on. Fourth question.
Madam Speaker, can
Honourable
the Honourable
Jaman,
Prime Minister confirm whether one Mr. Kumar Kaulesa is attached to his office and what are his duties?
Yeah, he's a man who does a lot of work. He's very able to do a lot of things. But I do get difficulties with him, I must say. In fact, at one point, I did ask him to leave the office, the PMO, and then many people from the party actually asked me to be a bit kinder. There was no need to ask him to leave. So I asked him to come back in a different position. But again, he seems to be interfering in some things. And I've also asked him again, he must go somewhere else.
It's your
Fifth
decision,
question.
Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Prime Minister, can you inform the House whether the former Deputy Prime Minister and a minister inform you about a case where allegations of corruption were made against that Mr. Casey?
I did ask the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned this to me. I did ask the minister, and he completely denies it. He says it was misunderstood. There was not a case of corruption, but somebody came to see him to try to influence him on some board or whatever was going on. Inquiry on the government school. An inquiry is going on there.
The former Deputy Prime Minister stated
No,
that it was a case of corruption.
Question.
Now, can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm to the House whether the minister who went to complain to the former Deputy Prime Minister is his Minister for Education, Honourable Ganga Parsak?
Whether the minister complained to whom, I didn't hear
Yeah,
the
to
question.
the former Deputy Prime Minister. I don't know if you would know.
The minister tells me it was misunderstood. There was somebody who came to see him in his office to try to influence him on something going on in the education sector. He threw him out, and there's an inquiry going on this.
Okay, that was more or less the same question.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, has the Honourable Prime Minister found out from the Honourable Minister as to why he reported the case of alleged corruption to the former Deputy Prime Minister and not to you, Honourable Prime Minister?
That you have to ask him, but I can say that I did ask him.
Good question from a sitting
And,
position.
but it's the Deputy Prime Minister, it's the former Deputy Prime Minister who actually called him and wanted to know something. And he gave me the details about, what was it about?
About education and one school.
About one school in the education sector. And this is why he gave the answer. But he didn't say he thinks it was misunderstood.
Okay, let's move on.
Yes.
Yes,
Madam
next
Speaker,
question.
can we know, Madam Speaker, from the Honourable Prime Minister whether the Honourable Minister for Education made a statement to the Financial Crime Commission about this case?
As there was an inquiry, there's an inquiry going on already, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister said there is an ongoing inquiry by the Financial Crime Commission?
No, not by the by the police.
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he has informed the Financial Crimes Commission of this case?
It's not, why do I have to inform the FCC? A police inquiry is going on, not on the substance of what he's saying, but on something else, but concerning the same person.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I have given you a lot of leeway, but your supplementary must be related to your main question. Not quite. Try and be more plus pointu.
I am, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister for Social Security expressed very serious concerns with regard to corruption, stating that it is worse than what the former Deputy Prime Minister stated. Will the Honourable Prime Minister consider, since his office is concerned, reviewing all nominations made at the level of the PMO, since both, that is the former Deputy Prime Minister and the actual Minister for Social Security, targeted your office, Honourable Prime Minister?
I don't recall the Minister of Social Security targeting my office. We are being very stringent, Madam Speaker. We said there will be zero tolerance on corruption, even if it is nothing compared with what happened during the MSM regime. But still, we have to look and try to weed out those who are corrupt.
Yes, I think your sixth question, maybe.
I'll be completing, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Prime Minister has stated several times that our economy will be severely affected due to war and also to the 10 milliards de rupees. And during, Madam Speaker, my last two PNQs, he refused, when I put the question to him, to revert back to allocations that were being given to workers on this country. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether the salaries of advisors, senior advisors, and also maybe members of this House will be reduced due to the negative effects of the war on our economy, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Prime Minister.
I must tell the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that he mustn't be aware. We haven't increased the salary since quite a while. Not only that, we have given the PRB. There is now anomalies that are arising. Even with the members of Parliament, there are anomalies which I think should be corrected. But you must realize that the advisors are not getting anything. I just mentioned a few, like what they were getting before. They were getting fortunes, millions. It's not the case anymore.
The Honourable Prime Minister confirmed that some persons who are not advisors have regular access to his office. Can he? That's what he said. That's what he said.
But that is not related to
No, my question, Madam Speaker, can he confirm whether these persons are allowed to give instructions to public offices?
I don't know who he's referring to, but I can tell
Prime
you.
Minister, he's referring to your answer earlier on, that people come and see you.
Yeah,
That's
people
all.
can come and see me as much as they want,
Yeah.
if I have time. If I have time. But let me reassure the Leader of the Opposition, maybe he doesn't know me very well. I take my own decisions.
Now, let me give an example, Madam Speaker. For example, there was one Mr. Casey, the same Mr. Casey, who had access to areas reserved for VVIPs. I'll give you an example. At the receptorium of the Sir Sagar International Airport during the arrival ceremony of the President of Seychelles. Do you confirm that?
I'm trying to work out who's KC. I think I guess who it is. Yeah, but he works in my office. He's allowed to come there.
So he works in your office? Yeah. He's paid for that also, for working in your office?
Of course, he's one of the advisors in my office.
Good. You finished. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Fourth Member for Portwich North. Your question?
Yes.
He just arrived.
Yeah.
Don't tease him.
B149.
149. Yes.
Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on Sunday, the 25th of January 2026, at about 15:50 hours, an anonymous call was received at the Trudodus police station requesting police intervention at Palmore Public Beach, where loud music was being played from several vehicles parked thereat, thereby causing and a nuisance. A team from the Trou-de-Douce police station proceeded to Palma Public Beach at around 16:00 hours. Upon arrival, police officers noticed several vehicles parked at the site, including one white car with its boot open and playing very loud music. Whilst the police officers were making inquiries regarding the owner of the said vehicle, several persons who were nearby and consuming alcoholic beverages became hostile and attempted to obstruct the officers in the execution of their duties. At around 17:00 hours, the police officers accordingly sought reinforcement, and teams from the Emergency Response Service, the Police du Tourisme, and the Divisional Support Unit called to the location at around 18:15 hours to assist the officers. Regards to part A and B and C of the question, when police officers were attempting to establish contraventions to a crowd of around 250 persons gathered, and some uttered abusive words towards the police and threw empty beer bottles as well as sand towards them and the police vehicles. One police vehicle was slightly damaged. In these circumstances, the police officers adopted a measured approach with a view to avoiding direct confrontation with a hostile crowd, which was around 250, as I said. No arrest could be effected at that time. The police officer withdrew from the immediate vicinity while maintaining a police presence from a distance. The crowd actually dispersed at around 20:30 hours, following which the police officers also left the spot. Following subsequent inquiries conducted on the 26th and 27th of January 2026, 12 persons were arrested in connection with the incident. Out of these, 8 were provisionally charged for the offense of rebellion and 1 for rogue and vagabond, whilst 3 persons were released after inquiry. 4 persons were also contravened for playing loud music. I have requested the Commissioner of Police to complete the inquiry at the earliest. As regards part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that the police is now deploying a contingent of the Special Mobile Force, together with the Divisional Support Unit, Emergency Response Service, and Police du Tourisme, as well as Police de l'Environnement, every Sunday from 12:00 hours to 20:00 hours at the main public beaches. We also, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned last week, we are also looking at the possibility of increasing the fine. Even though it is rather high, we think we should be increased. And as I mentioned last week in my reply, I think BQB 78, we will not tolerate that police officers are sworn at and distracted while performing the police duties. People must respect the uniform of that police officer who is doing a public duty. The law will be strengthened and be made more severe.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yes?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The first question, Madam Speaker, if you'll allow, is firstly, why was it deemed appropriate to allow those persons who, according to the Prime Minister himself, were consuming alcohol, were violent, had been rebelling against police officers, so much so that they were impuissants? The question being, why was it deemed appropriate to let these persons simply go on that night? And why was the SMF and the SSU not mobilized there and then when it was obvious that they were, when the ratio of police officers to violent individuals was very much off?
As I explained, Madam Speaker, the police wanted to avoid a direct confrontation with about 250 persons. By the time the SMF would come in exactly, they decided on the spot that it's better not to have this confrontation now, but they will get these people through the various systems that they have, and they did.
So they're wise after the event, of course. Yes. No statements?
Yes. May I ask the Prime Minister, is he aware that apparently, and maybe he can confirm, there has been further incidents there at Palma since this incident? Is he aware of same?
I'm not aware of any further incident, Madam Speaker.
The last question, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I've been repeating it time and time again.
Question.
For specialized units. I'm glad to hear that it will now be done. My plea, however, to the Prime Minister is that 8 o'clock is too early.
No, put a question.
Will the Prime Minister consider, therefore, extending the time that the SMF and other specialized units will be on duty at main public beaches to over 8 o'clock? In fact, I would ask him to at least 12 p.m.
12 p.m., okay. 12
I
p.m.
will pass on this suggestion to the Commissioner of Police.
Okay, next question. Mr. Third member for Grand-Bay, Boudreau.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La question B150, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to Parliamentary Question B150 and B160 together as they relate to the same subject matter. The Port Master Plan of 2024, which focused on development needs up to 2050, was approved by the Board of the Mauritius Ports Authority on the 18th of March 2025. Based on cargo forecasts and changes in the port environment, 7 infrastructural projects at the estimated cost of 56.3 billion rupees have been recommended for implementation with a view to increasing the container handling capacity, improving productivity, port efficiency and operation. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by that the Mauritius Ports Authority has already initiated action for the implementation of 3 projects, namely the expansion of the existing terminal to accommodate additional container stacking yard and introduction of a new gate system to increase operational efficiency and capacity of the terminal. The Mauritius Ports Authority is finalizing the bid documents for the procurement of consultancy services. The request for proposals is expected to be floated in April of this year. Works of a duration of 18 months are expected to start by the end of 2027. B, the extension of the cruise jetty to accommodate larger cruise vessels. Again, an invitation for proposal for consultancy services through an open international bidding exercise was floated on the 2nd of October 2025. Evaluation of the offers is in progress. Construction works of a duration of 18 months are expected to start by October 2027. And C, pre-qualification document for the selection of contractors for the infrastructural development at Fort William of an extent of 55 hectares have been submitted to the Central Procurement Board on the 17th of March 2026 for their vetting prior to launching the pre-qualification of contractors exercise. Works of a duration of 15 months are expected to start by April 2027. In addition, the reconstruction of case B and C, presently occupied by the National Coast Guard, is being looked into. 2 jetty projects would be financed by private promoters who would be operating at Fort George and Fort William. The Mauritius Ports Authority has already earmarked land of a total extent of 3 hectares at Fort George for the development of petroleum storage facilities. Procedures for the allocation of land are ongoing, and as regards the proposed jetty at Fort William, same will be developed by the promoters of petroleum storage facilities. Madam Speaker, following my state visit to India in September of last year, both governments have agreed on a strategic partnership for the redevelopment and restructuring of the port in Mauritius. On the 19th of December 2025, government agreed to the setting up of an interministerial committee on the strategy for port development under the chair of the then Deputy Prime Minister. On the 6th of March 2026, government agreed in principle to the recommendations of the interministerial committee to inter alia, A, opening of the capital of the Cargo Handling Corporation to Mazak Limited and Mediterranean Shipping Company Limited, as minority shareholders of up to a threshold of 40%, subject to compliance with the Public Procurement Act and the Competition Act, and B, the implementation of the Island Container Terminal Project. Madam Speaker, the Island Container Terminal Project comprises the construction of a breakwater to create a rather tranquil basin, if I may put it that way, in front of the present Mauritius Container Terminal, a navigation channel dredged up to 18 meters deep, a new container terminal of an area of 50 hectares, and a quay of 1.2 kilometers in length. The cost of the project, as per the Port Master Plan, is estimated to be approximately 47.3 billion rupees, excluding VAT, and the construction period is projected to be between 6 to 8 years. In addition to standard container operations, the project is planned as a multifunctional and future-oriented port development.
Thank you, Mr. Tuaria. You're okay? Mr. Lubin? Yes?
Yes. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, how will the role of the MPA as a landlord and regulator be preserved in the event of increased private sector participation in the development of the port?
The private sector will be less than 50%.
Okay. One more?
Yes.
Yes?
And does the Port Master Plan incorporate Green Port Initiative as it is being done around the world? Because as at now, our port is very near to a bird sanctuary as well. So does this master plan will englobe this Green Port Initiative?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Bichuk, I think.
Oui, Madame la Présidente. B 151, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, again, I shall reply to Parliamentary Questions B151 and 158 together as they relate to the same subject matter. In regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that as of 27th of March 2026, 64,165 foreign workers are employed in Mauritius, of whom 50,234 are holders of work permits under the Non-Citizens Employment Registration Act, and 13,931 are holders of occupation permits under the Immigration Act. The main sectors in which they are employed include manufacturing, construction, agriculture, tourism, and SMEs. I'm also informed by the Passport and Immigration Office that as 27th of March 2026, 6,926 foreign workers are overstaying in Mauritius. The details are as follows. 2,819 have been reported as missing by the employers, and their work permits have been cancelled. 2,698 have expired work permits and are awaiting renewal thereof, and 1,409 have expired work permits and no applications for renewal were submitted. I'm tabling the nationalities of the overstaying foreign workers. Madam Speaker, as of 27th of March 2026, 6,656 foreign students hold valid residence permits. Foreign students are allowed to work up to 20 hours per week without the need of any work permit. The Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations is considering to review the existing policy to require concerned institutions to apply for work permits to allow foreign students to work for a maximum period of 20 hours. With regard to Part B of the question, the tracing and tracking team of the Passport and Immigration Office, in collaboration with other units and branches of the police force, do regular crackdown operations throughout the island. For the year 2025, 97 such operations were carried out, resulting in the arrest and repatriation of 944 foreigners. Since the beginning of this year, 24 crackdown operations were carried out and 151 foreigners were repatriated. Madam Speaker, to ensure compliance by employers with within the current legislations, I'm informed that the Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations is not issuing new work permits unless and until the concerned employers have taken the necessary measures to renew the expired work permits of foreign workers or to repatriate them. Madam Speaker, my government is very concerned about the problem of foreign workers overstaying in the country and is coming up with the following measures to address the matter. One, a combined work and residence permit with the inclusion of a QR code which would allow labour inspectors or the police to verify the real-time status of the work and residence permits during surprise visits. B, a rules-based work permit system which will be implemented, which would also include an accreditation framework for employers to make them more responsible and liable for foreign workers they recruit.
Yes, Mr. Beecher, you're okay. Mr. Rukni first. Oh, I'm sorry. It's all right?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the Prime Minister please advise the House what problems is the police or PRU having in policing these overstaying workers?
It's a good question. The problem is they seem to disappear in thin air. So the police are looking for them. I've asked the Commissioner of Police, in fact, strengthen the crack team that is doing the work in cooperation, including the SMF if need be.
Yes, Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Prime Minister to confirm the following. In reply to a PQ, the Minister for Labour stated that some 3,000 cases of illegal employment have been regularized. Do we understand that we've made something illegal legal?
No. It's very often what happens is they have submitted their work, their application for a permit, if I'm not mistaken, and it's being gone through the system.
Okay, we finished with that issue, okay? Miss Honourable Third Member for Bobassa.
B152, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Gambling Regulatory Authority that as per Section 22.2 of the Rules of Racing of 2024, any jockey and apprentice jockey is mandatorily required to have an insurance cover. Although the rules do not specify the type of cover, insurance taken for jockeys and apprentice jockeys, both local and international, are usually of two types, namely personal accident and health catastrophe cover. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Gambling Regulatory Authority that it is the responsibility of the horse racing organizer, currently the MTC Jockey Club, to arrange the insurance cover, which is then billed to the jockey and the apprentice jockey. I'm informed that under the previous government, the People's Turf PLC did not provide for insurance cover for the jockeys and apprentice jockeys for both 2023 and 2024, the period during which it was, that is the PLC, was the horse racing organizer. And this was against the principles of the Gambling Revenue Authority, to which the latter, I must say, turned a completely blind eye. They didn't do anything about it. The annual premium for the personal accident cover is as follows: 172,500 for a local jockey and an apprentice jockey, and 87,500 for a foreign jockey. The annual premium for health insurance is 14,244 for both local jockey and the apprentice jockey. Concerning Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Gambling Regulatory Authority that as per Section 20 of the Rules of Racing 2024, a person can apply for an apprentice jockey license if that person is aged 16 years or more. This is, I believe, the international practice. Furthermore, this age limit is in line with Section 10 of the Workers' Rights Act, which provides that a person is considered to be of full age and capacity to enter into an employment contract only if the person is aged 16 years or more.
Madame la Présidente.
Yes.
Merci. Et l'honorable Premier ministre peut-il expliquer à la Chambre, sachant que les difficultés que rencontrent les jockeys et apprentis mauriciens pour gagner leur vie, pourquoi la prime d'assurance est beaucoup plus élevée que celle qui concerne les jockeys étrangers, pratiquement le double, si j'ai bien compris la réponse du Premier ministre.
This is precisely because it is felt that they already have an insurance from wherever they are coming. That is a foreign jockey. They already have an assurance for this, for this, which covers them. So this is why it is lower.
Okay.
Alors, Premier ministre, trouve-t-il normal de demander aux jockeys et apprentis mauriciens de débourser en une seule tranche 172 000 roupies pour une prime d'assurance qui leur permet d'avoir leur licence, alors qu'on aurait pu leur faciliter la tâche en les faisant payer en mensualité, en plusieurs tranches. N'est-ce pas là enlever la chance aux Mauriciens de pouvoir exercer leur métier en toute quiétude? L'honorable Premier ministre prendra-t-il toute cette question avec la GRA? Pourquoi ne pas demander à la GRA, par exemple, de subventionner cette prime d'assurance?
I'm not sure that the GRA can subsidize them, but I could ask them whether it's possible to pay in tranche. That's what you're saying. I could ask them. I don't know whether it's feasible or not, because it's an insurance company at the end of the day who will decide. But
Okay, fair enough. Now we have first member for Sabah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B153.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that for the period 1st of January 2026 to 27th of March 2026, a total of 650 cases of driving under the influence of alcohol were detected by the police. Out of these 650 cases, I'm informed that 46 suspects are the second offense, 5 are the third offense, and 2 are the fourth offense. As regards the action being contemplated to prevent repeating such offences, I'm informed that the police are intensifying targeted enforcement operations, including alcohol tests, checks, vehicle checkpoints, and patrols at high-risk periods and locations, while also pursuing public awareness and sensitization campaigns to discourage drink driving and promote responsible behavior. Madam Speaker, over and above these measures, government has already announced that stringent actions are being taken and will continue to be taken against all forms of road traffic offences. In fact, the Road Traffic Act has recently been amended to reintroduce the penalty point system, which provides for stricter sanctions, including automatic disqualification upon accumulation of penalty points. These amendments also include longer periods of license suspension for repeated offenders and tougher fines and penalties for serious traffic offences. Additionally, the Ministry of Land Transport is currently working on a new piece of legislation whereby vehicles of persons booked for driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs will be immediately impounded. The Commissioner of Police will be empowered to take ex parte application, to make ex parte application to a judge in chambers for the immediate suspension of driving licenses in such cases.
Yes. You're right? Yes? Okay, now I have the third member for Portrush North, Mr. Kazem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B154, please.
Madam Speaker, there are currently 14 vacant positions at the Registrar General's Department in different grades. These include 6 vacancies in the grade of registration and senior registration officer. And the post, Madam Speaker, was advertised by the Public Services Commission in October 2023. That is just prior to the election. 1 year prior to the election. Following a selection exercise by way of letter dated the 1st of October 2024, which was received by the Registrar General's Department on the 4th of October 2024, the PSC submitted the names of 8 candidates to be appointed. However, following the dissolution of the National Assembly on the 4th of October 2024, the department stayed action on this issue and the PSC re-advertised the post on the 30th of July 2025, and as at date, recruitment process is still underway at the level of the PSC. The remaining 8 vacancies are as follows: 1 Principal Financial Operations Officer, 1 Financial Operations Officer, Senior Financial Operations Officer, 3 Assistant Financial Operations Officer, 1 Assistant Procurement and Supply Officer, 1 Management Support Officer, and 1 Confidential Secretary. These grades fall under the aegis of the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Public Service and Administrative Reforms. Action has already been initiated for the filling of these vacancies. Madam Speaker, there's still a backlog at the level of the PSC, and this is why it is taking so much time to fill vacancies in general in the public service.
Thank you. Yes, you're right. Yes, Mr. Bijan, last question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B155.
Madam Speaker, in June 2020, in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, the previous government agreed to implement, against others, a wage support loan scheme and for export-oriented goods enterprises to be administered through the Development Bank of Mauritius Limited. Out of a total of 8 billion rupees which was made available by the Bank of Mauritius to the DPM, 5.9 billion have been utilized to service loan requests from its clients under the various COVID-19 schemes. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that the Bank of Mauritius provided a special line of credit of 2 billion rupees to the Development Bank of Mauritius to facilitate the implementation of the scheme. This line of credit carried an interest rate of 1.3% per annum and was repayable over a period of 5 years, including a 6-month moratorium period. Of the 2 billion line of credit, 1.5 billion was subsequently on-lent to EQEs. In regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed by the DBM that the terms and conditions of the schemes were as follows. 1, the loan amount was determined based on the wage bill of the enterprise. 2, the interest rate of 2% per annum. 3, the repayment of up to 5 years, including a moratorium of 6 months on capital. With regard to Part B1 of the question on security requirements, I'm informed that the Development Bank of Mauritius that in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, and given that the enterprises were in distress, the board of the DBM approved the scheme whereby no collateral was requested as security from the beneficiaries of the loans, contrary to the usual credit policy guidelines of the Development Bank of Mauritius or of any other bank. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B2 of the question, an amount of 1.5 billion rupees was disbursed under the scheme to 43 enterprises. To date, 580 million have been repaid, comprising both capital and interest. Currently, 36 enterprises are in arrears for an amount of 335 million rupees, that is 299 million rupees in capital and 36 million rupees in interest. Madam Speaker, I'm further informed that the Development Bank of Mauritius has not written off any liabilities for beneficiaries under the scheme. However, as of the 30th of June 2025, some 400 million rupees of the total portfolio are classified as non-performing, of which 304 million relate to 5 companies that are either in liquidation or under receivership. The 5 companies are Star Knitwear Group Limited, Jacques Taylor International Limited, Beachwear Exports Company Limited, Les Ateliers Créatifs de l'Océan, and Riverwalk Investment Limited. As the House is aware, incidentally, Star Knitwear Group still owes the IMIC a sum of 425 million rupees. With regard to the impact on the DBM, such provisioning for non-performing loans have seriously affected the accounts of the Development Bank of Mauritius, which shows substantial loss of 388 million rupees for the financial year 2024-2025, compared to the positive performance recorded over the past 3 financial years. Furthermore, the non-payment of the dues by the beneficiaries of the scheme will further impact on the DBM's capacity to meet its repayment obligations to the Bank of Mauritius. Today, the Development Bank of Mauritius has been squeezed out of all essential funding, preventing it to deliver on its core mandate because cronies of the previous government have looted the bank. This is yet another case of broad daylight robbery of public funds under the previous government, which has now endangered the financial standing of the Development Bank of Mauritius. Madam Speaker, I've given instructions for an inquiry to be carried out on the whole matter to find out all those responsible for this big financial scandal. As regards Part C of the question, I wish to inform the House that in June 2020, the Minister of Finance issued a letter of comfort to the Bank of Mauritius to the effect that government will make its best endeavors to ensure that the DBM meets its obligations in respect to the line of credit. It also provides an underlying fiduciary guarantee that government will be liable for all liabilities in case of default.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Vijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In light of the alleged abuse of the scheme by the former government, will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether any action will be taken to chase those companies which have taken millions of rupees from the DBM and have winded up after benefiting from the said scheme?
It is the intention of government to do exactly that. In fact, we know that, for example, one company has taken all this money and has relocated in South Africa. All this we're looking at.
Thank you. Time is up now. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, PQ, the table has been advised, honourable members, that PQ B175 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Local Government. PQ B176 will be replied by Honourable Minister of National Infrastructure. Now, we've also been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B161, 162, 172, 159, 170, 171, 165, 163, 166, 156, 167, 169 and 168. Thank you. Honourable Second Member for Gambé, again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B173.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that lodging accommodation for migrant workers and other guest employees are governed by the Occupational Safety and Health Act 2005 and the Occupational Safety and Health Employees Lodging Accommodation Regulation of 2011. Regulation 6 of the regulation provides that no employer shall use a building as lodging accommodation unless he holds a lodging accommodation permit, LAP, in respect of that lodging accommodation. Enforcement of the regulation are ensured by the Employees Lodging Accommodation section of the National Occupation Safety and Health Department of my ministry. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I wish to inform the Honourable Member that as per advice tendered by the Attorney General's Office and in view of the provisions of the Data Protection Act, it would not be proper to circulate the names of the potential employers who applied for the LAP. Over the past 6 months, that is from October 2025 till March 2026, 318 applications were received at my ministry, in respect of which 220 permits has, as at date, been issued. In addition, 14 applications has been approved, but the application have not yet been effected. The applicant has not yet effected payment of the appropriate fees for the issue of the LAP. Pending cases are as follows. 18 applications, payment of permit fees has been effected and same are being processed for issue of permit. For 5 applications, letter of compliance are being awaited from the employers. And for 2 applications, amended clearances are being awaited from the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. As regards the remaining 59 applications, these will be determined at the meeting of the Lodging Accommodation Committee established under the regulations scheduled for today itself. Madam Speaker, the average time taken between submission of a LAP application and the conduct of the first inspection at my ministry is 21 days. Concerning Part B of the question, I'm informed that the ELA section of my ministry has conducted 413 inspections in respect of 318 applications submitted by potential employers over the past 6 months. Accordingly, I am tabling the number of potential employers who have submitted application for LAP over the past 6 months, together with the respective dates of the application, dates of visits carried out at for the various lodging accommodation.
Yes, Mr. Vijan.
Now, as regards, sorry.
You haven't finished.
Yes, I haven't finished yet. I'm just tabling this. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that as at date, out of 84 established posts in the NOSH department of my ministry, only 56 officers are physically in post. With regard to the section dealing with LAP application, out of 14 funded posts, there are 5 vacancies. That is 1/3. So we have a big staffing problem at the ministry. On average, my ministry receives more than 50 new applications for LAP every month, and the number is increasing. Despite all effort, it has not been possible to reduce the time taken to process LAP application in view of the increasing number of applications and the acute shortage of staff at the NOSH department. Madam Speaker, while there is an increase in the demand for migrant workers from employers, my ministry has also received several complaints from citizens regarding the operation of lodging accommodation in residential areas. With a view to reducing mushrooming of lodging accommodation throughout the island and mitigating these challenges, my ministry is coming up with a centralized lodging accommodation regulation, which will be promulgated shortly. It is at the level of the Attorney General's office. These regulations will allow several employers to house their workers in a centralized dormitory, of which the owner would be the license holder, and this is going to greatly reduce the application for LAP going forward. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the financial strain on small businesses from waiting for an inspection of lodging accommodation or issue of work permit, will the Honourable Minister consider to recruit more officers and posting be done in those two specific departments in order to relieve SMEs or other businesses? Thank you.
I totally agree with the Honourable Member, and we are making the request, and I hope there will be a positive response from the Ministry of Finance in the coming budget.
Thank you. That's it. Yes, the Honourable third member for Beaubassin-Petite-Rivière.
B174, please.
Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I am informed by the Mauritius Society of Authors that it has been able to maintain its provisional membership with the International Confederation of Society of Authors and Composers, and it has already embarked on the implementation of a series of measures in line with the requirements of CISAC to strengthen its membership. I am also informed that at its General Assembly held on 28 May 2025, CISAC had approved the extension of MAZA's provisional membership for a further period of 2 years, subject to compliance with strict conditions, as CISAC had already informed that no further extension will be granted. Madam Speaker, it is important to underline that the situation we inherited was a matter of serious concern. For years, there had been clear warning signals regarding the governance, compliance, and overall functioning of MAZA. This prolonged inaction placed MAZA's international standing at risk and created uncertainty for Mauritian artists. Madam Speaker, faced with this situation, my ministry has acted promptly and responsibly. In this context, I am informed that the Regional Director for Africa of CISAC effected a mission to Mauritius from 23rd to 27 February 2026 to guide MAZA on the measures required to ensure compliance and safeguard membership. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that MAZA has already initiated concrete steps to meet CISAC requirements, including, first, uploading of the audited financial statements for years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022 on the CISAC's governance portal on 31st October 2025. Second, submitting the financial statements for the years 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 to the National Audit Office for auditing, with unaudited version already uploaded on the portal. Third, updating its repertoire on CISNEC on 2nd November 2025, with the next update scheduled for May 2026, and distributing approximately 18.7 million rupees to local copyright owners in December 2025, and 1.7 million rupees to foreign right owners in February 2026. These actions demonstrate that MAZA is actively aligning with international standards. Madam Speaker, as regards to Part B of the question, Government has provided for a sum of 4 million rupees over 2 years for the restructuring of MAZA to assist the society in fully meeting the international requirements necessary to preserve its membership with CISAC. However, given that MAZA currently holds approximately 95 million rupees in accumulated funds with insufficient clarity and on their collection and reasons for non-distribution over a prolonged period, the board of MAZA has approved that a comprehensive forensic audit be undertaken as priority. Madam Speaker, the terms of reference for this audit, which are being finalized by my ministry, will be launched shortly. This exercise is essential to restore confidence among artists and stakeholders to ensure that MAZA is placed on a sound footing prior to restructuring. Based on the findings of the forensic audit, my ministry will thereafter proceed with the consultancy services for a comprehensive restructuring plan. In parallel, my ministry is supporting MAZA in its modernization efforts, including the acquisition of a cloud system to match the requirements of WIPO Connect. This will enhance repertoire management, improve royalty tracking and distribution to artists. Madam Speaker, I therefore wish to reassure that my ministry remains fully committed to supporting MAZA in meeting all international requirements with a view to preserving and consolidating its membership with CISAC and ensuring that Mauritian authors and right holders receive the royalties to which they are entitled. Madam Speaker, our artists deserve nothing less, and as Minister of Arts and Culture, I will stand firmly by them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le ministre peut-il préciser à la Chambre s'il y a un délai qui a été fixé par l'instance internationale pour la régularisation de la situation et s'il existe un risque de suspension ou de retrait de cette adhésion?
Je viens de préciser qu'on a déjà commencé le travail à la satisfaction de l'organisation.
Donc il n'y a pas de délai pour l'instant.
Donc, peut-on savoir si son ministère considère effectivement que ce membership, cette adhésion, constitue un pilier essentiel pour le développement du secteur créatif mauricien et ainsi améliorant les revenus des artistes?
Yes, of course we'll do.
Très bien. Good. So now I finish with Mr. Kirin. Next page, sorry. So now we have Honourable Apollon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. 175.
This will be replied, yes.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to PQB 175. In response to the rising incidence of vector-borne diseases, including chikungunya, my ministry is actively participating in a coordinated and multi-sectoral strategy through an interministerial committee chaired by the Minister of Health and Wellness and comprising all local authorities, the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, and the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change. This collaborative platform ensures a unified and structured national response with all relevant stakeholders working in close coordination to implement preventive and corrective measures. Local authorities have intensified their operation to identify, clean, and maintain bare and neglected lands across the island. As of date, 1,220 plots of bare land have been cleaned, and the detailed list is being tabled. Madam Speaker, under Section 61 subsection 9 of the Local Government Act 2011, the local authorities are empowered to intervene directly where such land poses a threat to public health, particularly in cases of unknown ownership or non-compliance. This provision is being actively enforced. Local authorities have also served enforcement notices on owners of bare lands requiring immediate remedial actions, and as at date, 1,368 enforcement notices have been issued, out of which 790 have already been complied with. Appropriate action, including legal proceedings, are being initiated in cases of non-compliance. To further strengthen these measures, a meeting was held on 20 February, and a circular was also issued on 10th March 2026 to all local authorities to intensify enforcement against bare land and illegal dumping. In parallel, health inspectors have increased the frequency of inspections and enforcement actions within their respective jurisdiction to ensure close monitoring and timely intervention. Madam Speaker, the Mori Facilities Management Company Limited and the Living Environment Unit of the Ministry of Environment have deployed dedicated teams to carry out targeted and large-scale cleaning operations in priority areas, including Camp-les-Vieux, Rochebrune, and other affected regions. Similar exercises are ongoing across municipal and district councils covering road reserve, green space, and other public areas. These interventions are being implemented within existing budgetary provision, including allocation under the Climate Sustainability Fund, whereby ensuring efficient and responsible use of public funds. Enforcement under the Environment Act 2024 is also being strictly applied. ISO abatement notice and fixed penalty notices are being issued by local authorities and Police de l'Environnement. From January 2025 to February 2026, 491 notices were issued by local authorities and 143 by the police, with fixed penalties imposed in cases of non-compliance. Public awareness campaigns are also being conducted to promote proper sanitation practices at both household and community levels. An amount of approximately 2.5 million rupees has been earmarked for this purpose. Madam Speaker, while significant progress has already been achieved, I wish to underline that there remains additional areas requiring interventions. In this regard, recruitment of additional personnel started last week and is currently ongoing. Upon completion, these additional resources will allow for the deployment of more dedicated teams to further strengthen the cleaning and maintenance of bare land and to enhance our national response in combating chikungunya and other vector-borne diseases. On Thursday next, that is on 2nd of April, we will have another interministerial committee which will be held at the Office of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I am tabling a detailed information including the details, the extent of lands clean and enforcement action undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, very good. Now, B176 has been withdrawn. Table has been advised. While I'm at it, I'm also telling you about B203, B184, B213, and B218 that have been withdrawn. So, Ministers, please take note. Now, so we go with to Mr. Lubin then.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B177, please.
Madam Speaker, the Bail Act was amended in 2011 to provide in Section 8, subsection 4 thereof, for the imposition of electronic monitoring for a limited category of defendants or detainees to be released on bail, namely for those who are not ordinarily residents in Mauritius or for those who are residents but liable on conviction for the offence with which they have been charged to penal servitude or to imprisonment for a term exceeding 2 years, and who are also persons whom a police officer not below the rank of superintendent has reasonable grounds to believe are likely to leave Mauritius. Section 8.4 was not and has still not been proclaimed. My office has contacted the Office of the Commissioner of Police, which is responsible for the implementation and operation of the proposed electronic monitoring of defendants and detainees, and the Commissioner of Police has informed my office that a technical committee was set up at the time under the chairmanship of the then Deputy Commissioner of Police Administration to examine the implementation and use of the electronic bracelets for persons to be released on bail. However, that committee decided that it would not be prudent to proceed with the project due to its high cost implications. The project was thus put on hold indefinitely. As at today, it is not possible to give a time frame for the implementation of the project, which, though commendable, is one which is very costly. We have to look at the priorities of the day, and at the moment it is not possible to give a precise timetable for its implementation. However, this issue will be looked into anew at the time we finalize the Police and Criminal Justice Bill later this year.
Okay, that's it. Good. Now we have Mr. Bijan again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B178.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that raised tables or traffic calming measures installed on public roads and are placed at locations where a reduction in vehicle speeds is deemed necessary due to safety consideration. Such locations may include straight road alignments, residential zones, and areas with high pedestrian activity. I am informed by the TRMSU that over the last 2 years, the following traffic calming measures have been carried out in constituency number 6. Number 1, construction of a raised table along Saint-François Road at Petit Raffray. Number 2, implementation of a raised pedestrian crossing at Lux Hotel Grand B. Number 3, conversion of an existing at-grade pedestrian crossing into a raised pedestrian crossing at Vale Road at Upper Vale near the Mandir. Number 4, furthermore, the following road safety measures have been implemented. Installation of a fixed speed camera at Font-du-Sac along Plaine des Papayes Road, B11 in November 2024, and also implementation of speed zone of 40 kilometers along Grand Gobe Road, Coastal Road at Rocheterre near Rocheterre Government School in July 2025. Madam Speaker, I am made to understand that the TRMSU is pursuing discussions with the District Council of Rivière-du-Rempart regarding the implementation of both single and double yellow line marking at some 10 locations identified in October 2025 to prevent on-street parking of vehicles and entrance road safety in the region. The Honourable Member will surely recall that we had effected a site visit together with his 2 colleagues chairs. I have to highlight, Madam Speaker, that several projects identified across the island, I go to the national level now, including constituency number 6, could not be implemented so far in view that the bidding exercise for the framework agreement by the Central Procurement Board took an excessively long time to materialize. I am informed that the bidding documents were finalized in May 2025 and bids were floated on the 3rd of June 2025 by the CPB. The recommendation of the latter were received only in January 2026 and challenge was subsequently lodged by one bidder. Fortunately, in view that the matter was not referred to the independent review panel, the contract was awarded by my ministry on 5th of March 2026, and I'm given to understand that the submission of the insurance cover is currently awaited from one of the selected bidders to enable signature of contract and issuance of work orders by the TRMSU. All pending works will therefore be implemented as a matter of urgency. I'm sure many of my colleagues across the island will be happy to learn about this development at long last,
yes,
which will not be on our control. I'm further informed that in the continuous effort to improve road safety along public roads, the construction of traffic calming measures, a raised table at the following locations, which is part of the question in constituency number 6, are in the pipeline. 1, Cap Malheureux along B45 Road near Kalimai, Coville, Cap Malheureux. Number 2, Cap Malheureux along B45 Road near Arya Samaj Mandir. Number 3, Rocheterre along B14 Road near TVS Supermarket. Number 4, Grand Gobe along B14 Road near Viranda Paul and Virginie Hotel and Spa. Number 5, Perébert along Old Mill Road near Oasis Villa, and number 6, residential Morcellement at Beaumantier-Pérébert. Madam Speaker, with regards to traffic light, I am informed that the T-junction at Montchoisy-Cap Malheureux Road will be soon near Bloom, will be signalized in the course of time, during the course of this year. In view of the concerns raised by the Honourable Member, I have instructed the TRMSU to furthermore carry out surveys in the vicinity of schools, religious places, public health areas, healthcare area health centers, and of course all accident-prone areas within constituency number 6 to identify the need for traffic calming measures for early implementation.
Yes, Mr. Bija.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House what budget allocations have been made for traffic calming measures in constituency number 6, Grand Bay Poudre in the current and previous financial year, and how much have been utilized till date?
Yes. Madam Speaker, I'm given to understand by the TRMSU that the final figure is being worked out, but rest assured that they will be implemented. Like I said, all we needed was a good contractor, but now following the process of the CPB, we have contractors and they will be implemented in due course.
Yes, okay. Yes, Mr. Bichuk.
Madam Speaker, can the Honourable Minister please request the TRMSU to consider the following suggestion, that usually they apply a blanket rule of not allowing speed breakers, high-rise speed breakers, which is one single strip, that means from the right-hand side to the left-hand side of the road, rightly so, unless there are drains on each side. Can they consider the possibility of having those bumps which are divided into two with a passage in between? That means one on the right-hand side, one on the left-hand side, to enable the flow of water so that we don't face the situation that they usually refuse to have speed breakers on roads because there are no drains on each side.
Very highly technical matter indeed. I will ask the technicians to look into, certainly.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Chief Whip, last question. Before lunch, I mean.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B179.
Madame la Présidente, la CWA m'informe que les régions de Quatre-Bornes, Palma, Bassin, Belle-Rose, Sodnac et Cité Kennedy, qui font partie de la zone d'approvisionnement en eau inférieure à Marouvakwa. Ces régions disposent d'un réseau vieillissant d'environ 60 km, donc ces tuyaux sont sujets à des fuites. Les fuites visibles sont réparées par la CWA dans le cadre de ses opérations courantes. En cas de dysfonctionnement du réseau, laissant suspecter des fuites invisibles, du matériel de détection est déployé sur place pour localiser les fuites, puis les réparations sont effectuées. Madame la Présidente, la CWA a également indiqué que les équipements utilisés pour la détection des fuites sont principalement des détecteurs et enregistreurs de fuites acoustiques. Un budget est prévu chaque année pour l'acquisition de ces équipements. Il convient de souligner, Madame la Présidente, que des fois, des déviations de la circulation sont généralement nécessaires, ce qui influe sur le temps dont dispose la CWA pour effectuer les réparations. Afin d'améliorer l'efficacité du réseau de distribution d'eau dans ces régions, j'ai également appris que d'importants travaux de remplacement de tuyaux entre le rond-point de Saint-Jean et Rosil ont été prévus dans le cadre du programme de remplacement de tuyaux financé par la ligne de crédit indienne. Les appels d'offres devraient être lancés cette année-ci, donc dans 2 mois ou 3 mois, en juillet de cette année-ci. Madame la Présidente, les services de perte d'eau, non-revenue water, non facturés de la CWA comptent actuellement 5 personnes, seulement 5 personnes. Grâce au soutien budgétaire de l'AFD, l'Agence France de développement, dans le secteur de l'eau, la CWA renforcera ce service afin que d'ici 2027, chacune des 6 zones de distribution d'eau dispose d'une équipe de 5 personnes dédiées à la détection des fuites et à la gestion des pertes d'eau non fracturées. Cette mesure devrait permettre d'améliorer significativement le réseau. Par ailleurs, le gouvernement alloue chaque année des fonds à la CWA pour l'acquisition d'équipements de détection des fuites d'eau. Un montant de 12 millions de roupies est prévu pour l'exercice financier en cours.
Thank you. Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Le ministre peut-il confirmer à la Chambre si des tuyaux d'alimentation en eau y ont été placés à la hâte à la veille des élections générales en 2024 en violation des normes de profondeur, entraînant des fuites à répétition ainsi que des difficultés d'asphaltage des routes sur plusieurs routes à 4 bornes, dont Pousse-Passe Avenue. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Madame la Présidente, à maintes reprises au sein de l'Assemblée nationale, j'ai fait référence aux 700 millions de roupies de Pipe Replacement Programme qui a été entrepris par la CWA. Une enveloppe de 700 millions. Et malheureusement, les 700 millions de roupies, ces fonds n'ont pas été utilisés exclusivement pour le Pipe Replacement Programme. C'est que 44% des paiements qui ont été dirigés vers ce projet. Et je l'ai dit plusieurs fois, le non-respect dans certains cas des procédures d'appel d'offres, des pratiques comptables déficientes, et dans ces cas-là, pour vous dire qu'aujourd'hui, en 2026, on se retrouve après avoir dépensé 700 millions de roupies dans ce programme, de nombreux foyers restent encore privés d'eau, alors que nous avons dépensé autant d'argent. Faute de raccordement, des tuyaux demeurent visibles. Je ne sais pas dans certaines régions si les honorables membres sont au courant. De nombreux tuyaux restent visibles, laissés à même le sol dans certaines localités. Et pour vous dire, si je dois demander dans le prochain budget, si je dois demander au ministère des Finances de l'argent pour faire enfouir ces tuyaux, vous réalisez qu'il faudra peut-être un budget de 200 à 300 millions de roupies pour l'enfouissement de ces tuyaux. Alors, il faudra qu'on se décide. Ce gouvernement, nous avons hérité ce que nous avons hérité. Il faudra savoir, est-ce que nous allons mettre de l'argent, 300 millions de roupies, dans l'enfouissement des tuyaux, ou nous allons mettre de l'argent pour améliorer le service de distribution d'eau. Pour vous dire, donc nous sommes dans une situation complexe où je ne blâme pas l'ancien, celui qui m'a précédé, hein, je ne le blâme pas, je ne sais pas s'il est là, hein, mais il n'est pas, je me permettrai de dire qu'il n'était pas blâmé parce que l'ancien General Manager de la CWA ne répondait pas à ce ministre, pour vous réaliser. Donc, pour vous dire, 700 millions de roupies, malheureusement, c'est du fiasco.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Peut-on savoir du ministre si le projet pilote de réduction des pertes d'eau non-revenue water financé par l'Agence française de développement, dont il a fait mention dans sa réponse, pourra démarrer dans la circonscription de Belle-Rose 4 bornes numéro 18? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Oui. Ouais, donc j'ai failli être député là-bas.
Allez-y,
Ouais,
monsieur
simplement pour rassurer, vous savez, le but de l'AFD, le projet financé par l'AFD, Madame la Présidente, c'est pour renforcer l'effectif du non-revenue water. Donc nous avons actuellement que 5 personnes dans une zone. Ce que nous voulons avec ce projet, avec le financement de l'AFD, ce que nous avons dans chaque zone, nous avons une équipe de 5 personnes. Donc, pour vous dire, malheureusement, en 2022, l'ancienne équipe avait aboli ce non-revenue water, alors que nous perdons plus de 60% sur notre réseau. Donc, avec l'appui de l'AFD, effectivement, pas que chez vous, l'honorable membre, mais dans différentes zones encore, nous aurons une équipe de 5 personnes, comprenant ingénieurs, ouvriers, cadres administratifs, qui sera postée dans chaque zone et aura la responsabilité de s'acquitter de cette tâche pour réduire. Nous essayons de réduire les pertes physiques et commerciales dues à des tuyaux vieillissants.
Tout va bien? Parfait. Je lève la séance pour 1h30. On revient 2h30. Honourable Rukni, yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B180.
Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, in accordance with the prescribed scheme of service, a specialist, senior specialist, is responsible for the provision of an effective and efficient clinical service in his specialty. In this respect, he is responsible to the Regional Health Director through the consultant in charge of the relevant field for the following. Number one, to perform clinical and other work pertaining to his specialty. Two, to mentor and train junior medical, nursing and other health personnel. Three, to initiate and participate in surveys and research activities and publications. Four, to contribute to the development of health programs. There is no rigidly prescribed duties or narrowly defined scope of practice specified to specialists in the field of endocrinology and diabetology. In fact, endocrinology and diabetology, by their very nature, are dynamic and multidisciplinary fields encompassing metabolic, hormonal, cardiovascular, renal, and neurosurgical aspects of care. As such, clinical responsibilities are exercised within a collaborative, patient-centered model rather than confined to a fixed list of tasks. I'm further informed that the management of complex wounds and surgical interventions and patient care is delivered through a multidisciplinary team approach. This typically involves close collaboration between endocrinologists, diabetologists, and other specialists such as surgeons, vascular surgeons, wound care specialists, nurses, and allied health professionals, depending on the clinical needs of the patient. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, diabetic foot management is usually referred to a multidisciplinary team as per international best practice guidelines and is as follows. Radiologists who look after the vascular part in order to inform the surgeon regarding blood circulation in the affected foot, general surgeons who evaluate and give treatment for diabetic foot ulcers, vascular surgeons may do a bypass of the artery to supply regions which are affected by diabetes, pathologists verify tissues for histopathology, and diabetologists who offer medication and advice to control medical aspects of diabetes. The protocol of diabetic foot care delivery will be reviewed during the visit of Dr. Marie-France Kong, consultant diabetologist from United Kingdom, and her team scheduled for June 2026.
Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the Minister agree that, given the very high number of amputations resulting from diabetes, would it not be a better approach to follow the US and the UK in allowing diabetologists to perform treatment for open wound for diabetic foot?
Madam Speaker, well, I'm not in the medical field, but this is the information which has given to me. And in fact, this system was set up a little bit by our Prime Minister in the early, I think, 2013 or 2014. The new code was established, and that was under his guidance. And there was one eminent professor from England who came and who set up all these guidelines. I do hope with the advent of the professor who is coming to Mauritius, we'll get more information and we'll try to get more advice from him.
Yes, Doctor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just ask the Honourable Minister, since we are talking about specialists and endocrinologists and diabetologists, in the same vein, there is always a very narrow area of the scope of duties that are expected from a specialist. while the sole authority to allow a specialist to practice in Mauritius relies under the purview of the Medical Council. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he could see, and with the Medical Council, to give the scope of duties or the boundaries to which particular specialists are allowed to work and do procedures or treatment, because today we are seeing specialists, yes, one specialist which is outside the remit of another specialist doing the job, and then you get complications and patients who are at the end suffer the brunt of it.
I'll take it up at the level of my ministry, who is our consultants who are there, and I'll try to get their advice and then communicate to the Medical Council.
Okay. All right, everybody? Yes, one more?
Would the Minister please advise if the surgeons, the general surgeons to whom cases of diabetic foot care are referred, do they receive regular and specialized training for treating these type of problems?
Well, we have got the general surgeons, number one, and I hope that they are properly trained. And at the same time, we have got many qualified nurses in that field, many doctors also who are looking after them. We have got not only surgeons, but we have got doctors, competent doctors, diabetologists, who we do have in our hospitals. But I do recognize there is a shortage of such doctors, and I do hope in the near future we are going to recruit a bit more.
Okay. All right. Good. Now we have first member for Saban. Yes.
B181.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 8,000 residential units were designed to cater for 400 units per constituency. I'm informed by the NSLD that as at date, the construction of 2,438 housing units, including on-site and off-site infrastructural works, have been completed over 12 sites across the island. I am further informed that as at the 26th of March 2026, out of 56,794 applicants for the whole island, there were 3,574 for constituency number 14. In regard to allocation procedures, all applicants for a housing unit are, I understand from the NHDC, called for an interview whereby they are also requested to submit all relevant documents. Thereafter, only those who meet the established eligibility criteria are shortlisted. I'm given to understand that once an applicant has been found to be eligible for a housing unit, the time taken for delivery of the unit to the beneficiary depends on two major factors. The first, the approval of the loan by the lending institution, in most cases commercial banks, and B, signature of deed of sale. According to information provided to me, it is expected that by the end of August 2026, the 2,438 housing units which are ready will have been delivered. Let me take this opportunity once again, Madam Speaker, to underline that there is a set eligibility criteria at the level of the NHDC. And the first one is based on ownership, that the applicant should not be owner of a housing unit or plot of residential land, subject to paragraph B. An applicant or spouse who is the owner of undivided rights in a property by way of succession, inheritance, is eligible for an NHDC NSLD housing unit where the inherited property cannot be conveniently divided in kind among the co-heirs to allow the construction or allocation of an individual housing unit to each heir. So those eligibility criteria, and I'd like to underline the following, that there's a income threshold of 48,000 rupees, that the applicant is considered to have the repayment capacity to service the mortgage debt for the purchase of an HDC housing unit, and the applicant selected for the NSLD housing unit are directed to financial institution for the purchase. Now,
The eligibility criteria, I'd like to underline that the couple married or in free union, or joint applicants or single applicant, divorced, widow, single parent, they have, with four more dependents, they earn 10 points. With 3 dependents, they earn 9 marks. With 2 dependents, they earn 8 marks. And with 1 dependent, they earn 7 marks. And couple or joint applicants without dependents, 6 marks. Divorce, widowed, old age pensions without dependents, 5 marks. So let's try not to get divorced. But with regards to households are not given any marks, other types of households, 0 marks. Now the catchment area also is of relevance. And hardship cases, a lot of people ask me those questions. They are victims of fire, cyclones, floods, and other natural disasters, victims of domestic violence, single parents with dependents, persons with severe medical conditions or impairments, and officers of the NHDC carry out site visits and liaise with relevant authorities to assess the genuineness of the applicants under the hardship criteria. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Yes.
Madam Speaker, whether the Minister can inform the House where matters stand concerning the project, the site of Suriname, where the project of 90 houses, whether it's going on or not.
I believe that the House referred to for number 14 in Suriname, I'm getting to that right now. With regards to Suriname, most probably he's talking about the one that has stopped. There was, I don't know if he's referring to the one which was where Kouros was responsible for the construction. There has been non-compliance with the contractual obligations. I speak under, from memory. Non-compliance with contractual obligations, and the NSLD has put an end to contracts with regards to the company called Kouros, and followed all procedures in order to bring an end to that. However, the contract has not, basically the project is not over. There is the need to ensure that houses that could not be completed because of breach of contract on the part of the contractor, that they are proceeded with, and therefore the NSLD is going to ensure that this is continued. So it's not over. So unfortunately it's been delayed, and under the old regime, there are certain contractors clearly who have been paid a lot of money, but who have not in any way given results. Unfortunately, there was a laissez-aller which was totally uncalled for, criminal in behavior, I must say, and taxpayers' money was thrown left, right, and center as though they owned the thing, and there was no tomorrow. So at the end of the day, you end up with what you end up with, which is basically not much to really write home about. So we have to wipe and clear up the mess. So this is precisely what we are endeavoring to do, and I can assure the Honourable Member and the inhabitants of that constituency that the job is not over, but we're going to ensure that it's completed and that there is value for money. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Babaji and Mr. Jamal.
Will the Minister consider considering squatters to have some special criteria for those housing social houses, as the number of squatters in the West is increasing?
It's a very interesting question indeed. And very often, a lot of people, or at least my predecessor, and those who have been around for a few years during the last regime, what has happened in number 14, and I'm going to say it very bluntly, and forgive me for that, because that's truth. Some people have encouraged, and those people know who, some people who are in ministerial positions have encouraged people to go and squat. Go and squat, and you shall be regularisé. And in the circumstance that what has happened is that you have a proliferation of squatters, specifically in constituency number 14, and the Honourable Member knows well, together with his colleagues, where. So this proliferation has led to a situation of problem with regards to infrastructure, problem with regards to law and order, And there is a total indiscipline. We end up with a situation, Madam Speaker, where people believe that because they are squatters, they are entitled to a plot of land given by the state. The answer is no. There is no automatic entitlement. Because if we are to go along your suggestion, because I take it is only a suggestion, and we're here to at least discuss constructively. Now, if we go along with your suggestion to, under the hardship case, to put in squatters, I can assure the Honourable Member, Madam Speaker, that we're going to have not only a proliferation of squatters, we're going to have people even with houses squat the place because they think it is a God-given right to them to get a plot of land. No. On the other hand, you have people who have real hardship, as it is in the eligibility criteria. And we have to help them, and we will help them. Whereas people who end up going to places to squat simply because in return they expect it to be given to them free of charge, that cannot be tolerated. Yes, we will show ourselves generous to people and understandable, compassionate to people who are on a plot of land who had no other choice than to go there. And they have not come to knock at our door to say, give it to me as a matter of right. It is because we understand ça doit être régularisé, we do it on a case-to-case basis. So we cannot continue tolerating this indiscipline. So in answer to your question, after a long answer was no, it will not be put under the criteria of hardship eligibility because that would be opening the floodgates and doing the same thing that was done by a former minister whom you know very well.
Mr. Jamal.
Thank you, Madam. Following the answer of Honourable Minister to Honourable Jagaonat, does the same issues arise for number 13 regarding the houses still pending and we are not unable to give them to house seekers?
The bad news is that, yes, in this constituency number 13, that happens to be the first constituency I was elected in, and I have good memory of that constituency. Yes, it is the same situation because that very company is guilty of laches and breach of contract, and we have had to take action once again. Because we cannot sit down idly and see a company have been paid by taxpayers' money blatantly breach the contract. We can't do that. So we had to act. We've taken the decision. The reason for the delay in that constituency as well as number 14 is precisely the fault of the contractor. So let's not cry over spilt milk. What is the solution? The solution is that there has to be a bidding process for a contractor to be chosen to complete the job. And yes, I know that there are certain inhabitants in certain places who have complained because some of the sites where, in other constituencies as well, where contractors have done wrong and are left in an abandoned state, it's not as though it's over. It will continue, but I cannot choose as minister who is going to be the contractor. There is a process to follow, and it has to be followed in line with the law.
Yes.
Any idea as to when we can allocate these houses? Any idea?
If it could have been done yesterday, I would have been the happiest. No, it's not only a question of money, but for that...
Short and sweet.
No, I mean, once upon a time, they used to say as soon as possible. But to be honest, it is a construction, and construction, you cannot have a set date on it. Once the bidding process is completed, we will have a date, estimated completion, and then, as we hope, it will be done quicker. So our intention and our aim is to finish very quickly, because we know that there are a lot of people waiting for homes.
Yes, Mr. Bichuk.
Yes, Madam. I thank the Honourable Minister for this reply. I would ask the Honourable Minister how far this disaster is going to cost additionally to the NSLD.
This disaster has led us to see how can we mitigate the risk, because we cannot just let cost increase. So the risk mitigation has been implemented. That is why we put an end to the contract. Now, there were certain guarantees that were held performance guarantees and what have you by financial institutions. Forgive me, I'm only speaking from memory, and I know for a fact that we have tapped onto that. But still, there will be losses. I cannot put it in figures. And what annoys me in terms of prejudice here, let alone the financial prejudice, are the hearts of many of those who are waiting for houses that are broken. Because they are impatient, and it is legitimate on their part to get a roof over their heads. I am aware of it. I've heard them. I've spoken to many of them. But I can assure you, through this House, Madam Speaker, that, as I've said, we will endeavor to complete those projects. And not only that, we will endeavor to start new ones as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Your memory seems okay. Honourable Ramdas, yes?
Speaker, PQB 182, please.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank Honourable Member for this question. I am informed by Mauritius Post Limited that it currently operates a total of 114 outlets, including 5 in Rodrigues, 1 is in Agaliga. And out of these 114 outlets in Mauritius, 100 are providing postal services such as delivery of letters, parcels, selling of stamps, and non-postal services as well. A total of 55 postal and 24 non-postal. Madam Speaker, Mauritius Post Limited has further informed me that 91 of those post offices are equipped with fully operational point-of-sale systems, whereby payment by cards for CB bills and postal services are currently being accepted. Mauritius Post is in discussion with the NLTA, CW and MT to provide for alternative modes of electronic payment. I am further informed that payment by card for a minimum of rupees 200 can in fact be accepted by Mauritius Post Limited insofar as the utility company concerned gives relevant instructions to Mauritius Post. The issue reported, therefore, is not that of technical feasibility, but that of financial viability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Ramdas.
Madam Speaker, in respect of NLTA, payment of NLTA services, le ministre étant lui-même un érudit de la technologie, à un moment où nous faisons de moins en moins de paiements en espèces, conviendrait-il qu'il est grand temps d'autoriser, voire même d'encourager d'autres moyens de paiement, de moyens numériques tels Juice, Mighty Money et cartes de crédit, etc. Et serait-il disposé d'engager des pourparlers en ce sens auprès des bureaux de poste de l'île Maurice?
Monsieur le ministre.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the supplementary question. I think in Mauritius of 2026, we need to have people online, not inline, to effect payments at government counters. And my ministry is actually attending some committees organized or under the Bank of Mauritius to look into the possibility of having even government counters accept payment by electronic modes, not just the Mauritius Post. But we, as a ministry, we're working towards a point where people will be able to effect all their payments online. So the app Correct, one extension of the app Correct will be to also accept the online renewal of MVL through the app. And that payment model will also be electronic, obviously. So yes, we are doing it. Thank you.
You're not happy? Okay.
That's it, Madam Speaker. That's in respect of, obviously, online apps, but how about the counters in the specific units of the Mauritius Post? Would the Honourable Minister consider the possibility of authorizing payments by electronic means at those counters for NLTA services? Because at the moment, it's not the case.
At the counters, Minister.
Yeah, so it is a decision to be made by the NLTA. Why? Because there is a commission that is applicable on the payment received via cards, even via Juice. So a decision needs to be made by the NLTA. The Mauritius Post, once the instructions have been provided, will be able to accept the payment. So we are awaiting authorization from the authority involved.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we've got it now. So, Mr. Apollo, member for Maibou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B183.
Madam Speaker, there are presently 2 methadone dispensing sites in Mayberg, namely at Mayberg Hospital, with 363 patients and Mayberg Methadone Daycare Center through Caravan with 192 patients. Both these sites operate between 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Madam Speaker, there have been several requests to delocalize the methadone dispensing site from Mayberg Hospital to the yard of Mayberg Methadone Daycare Center through Caravan, mainly because some patients cause trouble within the hospital premises. However, this relocation cannot be envisaged due to the fact that the total number of methadone beneficiaries taking their doses at the Mayberg Methadone Daycare Center would increase to more than 500, and this could pose safety issues for staff, beneficiaries, as well as the neighborhood. Moreover, in case of any scuffles or fights, the situation may be more difficult to control since the site where the daycare center is located is small and enclosed by a fencing. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that a joint technical working group has been set up between the National Agency for Drug Control, NADEC, as the apex body looking at the drug scourge, and my ministry to look into the various aspects regarding methadone dispensing.
Yes, Mr. Apollo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I also, Honourable Minister, that I already have a meeting with NADEC where I propose an all police quarters which is not using. Can you consider these police quarters, all police quarters, for the distribution of methadone at Maibo?
I'll take up this matter with the NADEC in the forthcoming meeting that you are having. I'll try to propose a site.
Yes, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister agree with me that methadone distribution creates a lot of problems in most regions? Has there been any comprehensive study over the situation so as to bring appropriate solutions? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, there is no appropriate solution. Wherever we put up, in any place in this country, any part of the country, we put up any center for methadone distribution, the following day we start having complaints. So I do not know where we have to put it up. In the beginning, it was in the police stations. The police objected to it. We moved to the hospitals. The hospitals, the doctors protested. We moved to some area health centers. There was hue and cry everywhere. So these people, they are patients. They need to be treated. And we have to be very careful while dealing with these patients.
We've heard you say that before. This is not the first time you're saying it, I think.
But there is no other solutions. We have to bear, we have to live with these patients because they are patients for us.
Okay, we are done with methadone for the moment. Now, 184 has been withdrawn, so now we go to Dr. Omiya.
B185, please.
Madam Speaker, social housing units are reserved for applicants with a monthly household income of up to 48,000 rupees. However, there are applicants who, though eligible for a housing unit, do not have the repayment capacity, or in many cases, due to unfavorable MCIB reports, are unable to secure a loan from financial institutions or cannot benefit from mortgage facilities from the NHDC. So as not to debar these applicants from earning a housing unit, since November 2025, the NHDC has, following government approval, introduced a new financing scheme based on the rent-to-earn mechanism to cater for such type of beneficiaries. The rent-to-earn scheme basically enables those beneficiaries to rent a housing unit for an initial period of 5 years, with the right to exercise a purchase option anytime. With regard to Part A of the question, the NHDC is at present, according to the information given to me at my ministry, not in a position to provide the exact number of eligible applicants, as the assessment of beneficiaries is still in progress. I'm personally not very happy not to give information of that nature, because I have the information, Madam Speaker. I have information as at the 18th of March 2026 as to how many people or rent-to-own are being considered. So allow me to give it. Because you see, it's not been in the habit of previous governments to be transparent. And I love the idea of being transparent. So in spite of what I'm told here, I will give the information, and it is as follows. For Olivia, there are 212 units. As at the 18th of March, for loan, mortgage credit facility, and the evaluation of mortgage for rent or rent to own by NHDC, 70 are under evaluation. For Grand Bel Air, it's 30 being evaluated, 33. For Valletta, it's 0. For Mar d'Albert, it's 14. For Henrietta 3, it's 0. For Malherbe, it's 14. For Pointe-Piment, 33. For Réunion Morel, 26. So out of the 1,264 units in those places I made mention, there are 190 that are being evaluated for mortgage/rent to own. So with regards to Part B, there are no specific number of housing units that are earmarked for rent to own. In fact, it is for people who are applicants who are de facto eligible but have not been able to secure a loan from lending institutions. And it is those who will have then the choice to opt for the scheme. So the question of the respective location and expected delivery date does not arise at this point in time. And I'd like to add that this is, and I'm very proud of this particular scheme, I must admit, this rent-to-own scheme. I'm personally very proud of it because I came up with the idea, and I'm thankful to all my colleagues in Cabinet for having supported this idea and approved this scheme. Some people like to pretend as though that they had that idea. But then again, I mean, we have a lot of pretenders around. Let them be pretenders. Thank you.
Sounds like a song.
It is.
Dr. Mia.
Thank you. Can I have the Honourable Minister, whether his ministry have any special priority scheme for those who have lost their property overnight due to natural calamities, particularly if they fall in the category of very low income or even on the list of the NEF? Thank you.
In fact, I turn around here and no pun intended, I turn to my left and I see my good friend, the Honourable Minister Soubron. In fact, it concerns several ministries who work together. And as we speak, the whole idea is, do we have a housing bank or a stock of houses that we can send people to? And the answer is very simple, no, we don't. So what happens is that we have to look around and look for those houses. That's why we've come up with, there is another question that the Honourable Anctil has put to me here, but very rapidly, the transitional maison de transition. This is what I've come up with, and I've already informed Cabinet about that only 2 weeks back. And we're going to work together with the Honourable Ministers, both Soubron and Madame Navarre-Marie. Why? Because situations like this, we will have to find a solution, and this will be the maison de transition. So I hope that very quickly we will be able to come up with solutions of this nature. And the second aspect, allow me to say that, there are many government buildings that are left and unused. Yeah. You see? So in the past, recent past, many ministers like to hold on to properties that vested with their ministry and not let it go. But this is not the case with this government. In this government, it is clear. It is a team that's working. And that team has decided to help one another out. When there are government buildings that are left unused and unutilized, how we can put it to the use of the people, convert for maison d'urgence, maison de transition, used for people who urgently need it under the several ministries. This is how we work together. So for those reasons, I must say that the outlook is very good. The outlook is positive because those are issues that were never addressed in the past, and it will be addressed now. Thank you.
You're okay, Doctor? Mr. Ankalawan.
Honourable Minister, according to this scheme, do you have any fast track for women who have been victims of domestic violence or single mothers or financially in difficulties?
As I've said, in the hardship criteria, we give priority to single mothers, and I underline the fact that they are mothers. And what it entails is that they have children, and those children have to be catered for, they have to be cared for. And my colleagues, the Honourable Minister Marie and the Honourable Minister of Social Security, Mr. Subron, both of them are working closely we are working together in order to address those urgent issues. So yes, they are within the criteria. And I also had someone said, well, why am I giving priority or why are we giving priority to single mothers? In fact, it's not a question of giving priority or not. It is showing that we have a heart. And in this side, we have a heart. Thank you.
Okay, I think now we move on to Dr. Dario.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B186, please.
Madam Speaker, given the issue to be addressed, I am seeking your indulgence to enable me to provide a more elaborate reply to this question. I wish to inform the House that in accordance with Section 12 of the Residential Care Homes Act 2003, the Residential Care Board may, upon application, grant or refuse a license to a person who intends to operate a residential care home. A license issued is valid for a period of 1 year and shall be renewed for successive periods of 1 year upon application made by a licensee. The Residential Care Home Board was last reconstituted in September 2025. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that as at date, 22 charitable institutions and 63 private residential care homes are registered with my ministry. I am tabling the full list of the registered institutions. Out of a total of 85 licenses, the licenses of 7 charitable institutions and 8 private residential care homes are in the process for renewal. I am further informed that for the last 5 years, only 3 private residential care homes have ceased operations. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A2 of the question, I wish to inform the House that during my tenure as Minister, my ministry has received 11 cases of unregistered and illegal homes as at date. I am tabling the full list of the reported case of unregistered and illegal homes. During this period, out of 11 cases, my ministry has had 3 imported cases to deal with. Case 1 occurred on the 9th of May 2025 at Fieldview Home, situated at Maison Blanche, Mongou, Pamplemousse. Case 2 occurred on the 7th November 2025 of a suspected illegal residential home villa located in Péribert. Case 3 during this month on the 10th of March 2026 at Mont Destin Residential Care Home located at Forest Side, where a murder case occurred. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that, in accordance with Section 23 of the Residential Care Homes Act 2003, officers from the Welfare and Elderly Protection Unit, WEPU, of my ministry may at all times enter and inspect any building premises means of transport, and any other facility which are used for the purposes of a residential care home. Officers of the unit effect monthly visits in registered private homes and twice monthly in charitable institutions to ensure cleanliness, safety, food quality, and proper care to the residents. Surprise checks are also effected in residential care homes to detect any case of abuse. I am informed that for year 2025, my ministry has effected 1,044 visits and registered 5 cases of elderly abuse, which are being monitored. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part C of the questions, I must first say that the junior minister and myself were shocked to know that though provisions have been made in the Residential Care Homes Act 2003 to establish contraventions and to institute proceedings for any breach of conditions of a license, the existing law has not been fully applied for years, certainly for at least the last 10 years prior to our taking office. No rigid corrective action has been taken against homes in cases of non-compliances. It is clear that the responsible unit was not properly resourced and trained. Furthermore, policy-wise, let me inform the House of 10 important measures. 1. Since I took office, cases of ill treatments and operation of illegal homes have been promptly and duly reported to the police and the FCC. The case of Fieldview has been reported, and the case of Peribere has been duly reported. A 2-month moratorium period was provided to enable both reporting and regularization of illegal homes. Following the above, a new protocol has been designed to establish clear guidelines and courses of actions to follow in respect of complaints received regarding residential care homes and for the handling of cases of abuse and illegal homes. A ministerial committee was instituted in this context to ensure transfers of residents from potential illegal homes to safe places. A new board under the Residential Care Homes Act 2003 was put in place in September, as I said, and is now fully operational. After the very disturbing events reported at Mont Destin Home, Cupic this month, the Residential Care Home Board has promptly met on 18th March 2026 and acted upon the advice of the SLO on the 23rd March 2026 to declare that the Mont Destin residential care home located in Forest Side was in an illegal situation. I have immediately directed the WEPU to conduct a full audit of all residential homes in Mauritius. I'm writing to the Commissioner of Police to conduct joint inquiries with the Ministry under Section 20 of the Residential Care Home Act 2023. This section was never applied previously. My ministry is also working on the terms of reference to appoint a team of consultants to audit and make recommendations to fundamentally review the whole system of residential care homes in Mauritius. As a transition, my ministry is working on urgent transitional amendments to be brought to the Residential Care Homes Regulation 2025 to ensure that all licensed homes provide a list of relevant information of their residents on a regular basis to my ministry. More so, Madam Speaker, that at present the police is suspecting cases of human trafficking. In the immediacy, the Cabinet recently has agreed to the proclamation of Section 9 of the Protection of Elderly People Act paper, which will allow for better protection of the elderly. In parallel, my ministry is preparing institutional changes and budget proposal for massive training of carers to provide their services to both residential care home, institution, and domicile care. As per policy of my ministry, intensive consultation will take place in the preparation of the new measures announced. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that the Mauritian society is facing major challenges with social mutation underway in recent years. The shift in the family structure from extended to nuclear family, compounded with aging population, with significant emigration of our youth and adults, with the housing crisis, and with working time pattern are concurrently causing serious caring issues for our elderly and people with disabilities and mental health issues, causing serious caring and nurturing issues for our youth, aggravated by the drug problem in Mauritius. Madam Speaker, our society and institutions have not dedicated the proper attention and resources to these social mutations. Now, the very future of our society will depend on us addressing these fundamental challenges. This is my mission and that of the Junior Minister and of this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Yes, Ms. Delviro, you're okay? Honourable First Member for Savane.
B187.
Il faut dire. Il a dit. Chaque fois. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Madame.
Can we backpedal? J'introduis une nouvelle méthode. I'm sorry. I missed Mr. Rukni. I didn't see him. I'm sorry, Mr. Babaji. Mr. Rukni. But you have to speak out.
I will. It's so kind of you. Could the Minister please advise how many licenses have been given for the construction or establishment of new residential care homes over the last 2 years?
I have the figures since the new board has been appointed. Since September 2025, the new board has approved 70 licenses, out of which 68 licenses have been issued as a date. The 70 approvals are detailed as follows: 64 renewal of licenses, 6 new licenses, and 2 licenses which were applied for what is called the in-principle approval have been received by the board and have not been granted by my ministry for non-compliance with law, the Residential Care Home Act 2023.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Babaji. I'm trying to be as fair as I can. May I, since we are on this issue, because we had a problem the other day with one other member who tried to catch my eye, sometimes it's better to catch my ear than my eye. Thank you. Now, Mr. Babaji, the floor is...
B187, please.
Yes, 187.
Yes. Madam Speaker, in regard to part A of the question, I am informed that there are currently 17 football grounds in the district of Black River. Out of these, 12 falls under the responsibility of the District Council of Black River, 3 are privately owned, and 2 falls under the responsibility of the Ministry of Education and Human Resources. Out of the 17 football grounds, 16 are fully operational and in good condition, while the Albion football ground is presently undergoing upgrading works. I am tabling the detailed list thereof, indicating the location, ownership, operational status, condition, and facilities available at each site. I am further informed that upgrading works at the Albion football ground, comprising fencing and boundary walls construction, were awarded on 3rd December 2025 for a contract sum of 5.7 million rupees and are being implemented as scheduled with completion expected by end of April 2026. While most of football grounds are operational, I wish to highlight that not all are equipped with complete amenities such as lighting, fencing, cloakroom, and ancillary facilities. These gaps have already been identified and are being addressed progressively through planned upgrading programs and future budgetary provision. Madam Speaker, in regard to Part B of the question, I am advised as follows. With respect to Le Monde, a project for the construction of a new football ground has been clearly identified and proposed under the Capital Project 2026-2027 for an estimated amount of 125 million rupees. The project is comprehensive in nature and includes relocation of high voltage overhead cables, construction of retaining walls, draining system due to site constraints, cut and fill works, provision for full modern facilities including fencing, lighting, bleachers, cloakroom, parking, and associated amenities. However, implementation of the project is subject to completion of land acquisition procedures, which are initiated since 2023 and are currently being processed at the level of the Ministry of Housing and Land. And this is a statutory prerequisite, and once same is finalized, the project will proceed without any further delay. I also wish to emphasize that in the meantime, residents of the Le Monde are not deprived of access to football ground. They are currently making use of an existing football grounds within the locality. Madam Speaker, as regards to Chamarel, I am informed that the project was initiated in October 2020, but encountered serious implementation issues, including non-performance of the initial contractor, which led to termination of the contract in April 2022. Subsequently, the project was restructured and implemented in phases to safeguard public funds and ensure proper delivery. Works relating to drainage, retaining walls, and partial boundary infrastructure have already been completed through subsequent contracts. I am further informed that the remaining components required to render the football ground fully operational include completion of boundary wall, fencing on remaining sides, provision of lighting facilities, laying of topsoil and grass, and construction of cloakroom, parking, and associated amenities. In this regard, a provision of 25 million has been proposed under the Capital Project 2026-2027 to complete the outstanding works and ensure that the facility becomes fully operational. Madam Speaker, as regards to Cas Noyal, I am informed that the locality already has access to a football ground situated at Avenue Rose, near volleyball pitch, which is privately owned by Southwest Safari, but currently being used by the inhabitants. Similarly, with regard to Rivière Noire, I am informed that the region already benefits from two existing football grounds, namely at Grande Rivière Noire and Petite Rivière Noire, both under the responsibility of the District Council and currently being used by the public. Madam Speaker, I wish to emphasize that government is adopting a structured and responsible approach in the development of sports infrastructure, with projects being implemented in line with fund availability from the Ministry of Finance under the Capital Project Program and based on the established priorities of the District Council. In this regard, close coordination at the local level remain essential, and I would encourage the Honourable Member to liaise with the Chairperson and the District Council so that projects may be planned and implemented quickly in the best interest of the communities concerned.
Yes, Mr. Jadana.
Madam Speaker, if the Minister is aware that on the Tamarin football playground, there is a community health center where every day patients and doctors also use this as parking, where the space is in a very bad condition and the pitch also. Whether the Minister will apply some rules and what will go for the future, what will be done in the future.
Yes, Minister.
Yes. Madam Speaker, Tamarin football ground. We have an upcoming project, fencing and boundary walls on one side only. I have all the information concerning the Tamarin football ground. If you come up with a substantial question in the next meeting, so I can give you more information concerning this one.
Will that be okay? But the question of parking of vehicles on the football ground.
Yes, but only the information.
Are you aware?
No. We can check.
Yes, Madam Speaker, concerning the project of Chamarel football ground, will the Minister inform the House about the name of the contractor which carried the work in the year 2020? And what was the cost where he leave the site?
C'est un peu, I'm allowing you because it's the same region, but how will the Minister know all this? I'm not sure. It's not directly related.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, for Chamarel,
Yeah,
the contractor was awarded to Big Construction Limited for an amount of 4.2 million rupees. Big Construction Limited.
I am sure everybody understands, but I don't. Doesn't matter. Are you happy with that answer? Okay, can we move on? I mean, happy that he's given you an answer. Yes, member for Rodriguez, second member.
Yes, thank you. B/188.
Thank you very much, Honourable François. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that farmers are registered with the Small Farmers Welfare Fund in line with Section 16 of the Small Farmers Welfare Fund. Upon their registration, the farmers are provided with a farmer's card which gives them access to facilities and schemes provided by government. Now, the farmer's card is renewed every 2 years. There are currently 12,147 farmers registered with the Small Farmers Welfare Fund in Mauritius and 1,067 farmers registered from Rodriguez. There are no farmers from Agalega registered with the Small Farmers Welfare Fund. Now, with your permission, Madam Speaker, I will table the number of farmers registered with the Small Farmers Welfare Fund for Mauritius and Rodriguez for the last 5 years as compiled by the Small Farmers Welfare Fund. As regards Part A, Madam Speaker, I'm informed that as at date 1, the Small Farmers Welfare Fund has already sent the 1,067 farmers' cards to the Commission for Agriculture of Rodriguez Regional Assembly for distribution to all farmers who had applied for renewal. Now, the renewal of the farmer's card for additional farmers will be considered as and when they would apply for renewal. And I understand that the Commission for Agriculture has already delivered 609 cards, and the remaining will be delivered within the next 2 weeks. Now, with regard to Part B, Madam Speaker, I'm further informed by the Small Farmers Welfare Fund that a total of 412 registered farmers has benefited from the Small Agribusiness Program, the Farm Production Support Program, the Risk Management Program, Quality of Life Program over the last 5 years. And I will table the details of all the beneficiaries.
Yes, yes, Mr. François.
Merci, l'honorable ministre. Quelle rapidité dans l'action après ma question vendredi dernier, hier à Rodriguez. Quelques éleveurs planteurs ont reçu leur carte tant attendue depuis longtemps.
Wow.
L'honorable ministre, est-ce que l'honorable ministre peut-il confirmer à la Chambre si le SFWF remettra des cartes d'ici la fin d'année to all the 1,423 planters, the 424 éleveurs et les 3,027 éleveurs planteurs de Rodriguez d'ici la fin d'année?
This is a tall question, but if you insist and you impress upon me, I will certainly convey the strong signals of a friend and tell them that they have to bow to the legitimate request made by the Honourable Member from Rhodes.
Wow. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. I like this.
Honourable Minister, how much, may I know how much it costs, if you have information, per year by a farmer for the registration with the SFWF to obtain a farmer's card?
I advise you to peruse the documents that I will lend to you.
Il est insatiable. The second member for my board.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B189.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Now, Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the National Park and Conservation Service that it has been carrying out surveys of the Mauritius fruit bat population since 2006. Although the local bat population has increased from 22,000 in 2006 to 130 to around 130,000 in 2020, it has remained stable over the last 5 years. The most recent survey, undertaken in November-December 2025, recorded approximately 120,000 bats across the island. As regards Part B of the question, I'm informed that the last culling exercise was conducted by the previous government in November and December 2020, whereby 1,160 Mauritius fruit fly were killed. Madam Speaker, the House will note that the Mauritius fruit bat is listed as endangered in the International Union for Conservation of Nature's Red List of threatened species and is one of the last remaining native mammals surviving in the Republic of Mauritius. As regards Part C of the question, it is a fact that the Ministry has to respond to the legitimate concern of farmers regarding damages caused by bats. A grant of 50% is offered by government on the cost of anti-bird nets to cover a maximum of 5 trees for backyard and 60 trees for orchards. An amount of 22.5 million rupees has been disbursed by the Food and Agricultural Research and Extension Institute to 2,976 beneficiaries under the Fruit Protection Scheme over a period of November 2024 to March 2026. I'm advised that these nets are proven to be an effective means of control against damages caused by fruit bats. Nonetheless, following complaints received from planters, other measures such as ultrasound devices and the use of repellents are being envisaged to deter and mitigate caused by bats to fruit crops. Thank you.
All right. Okay. The Honourable Second Member for Belrose.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B190.
Madam Speaker, on 10th March 2026, it was reported in the press that Mrs. YB was missing and her partner, Mr. AR, was arrested as there was suspected foul play. I am informed that Mrs. YB was a victim of domestic violence, which was reported to my ministry, to the Family Support Services of Goodlands. She was granted an interim protection order, which she later withdrew. On 11th March 2026, following the arrest of Mr. AR, father of 2 minors, the officers of my ministry immediately inquired on the whereabouts of the children, and they were informed by la Brigade pour la Protection de la Famille that the children were under the care of one Mrs. D.N., a friend of the biological father, and that Mrs. D.N., together with the minors, were currently at the MCIT, the Major Crime Investigation investigating team. On the same day, the officers of my ministry attended the office of the MCIT for a psychosocial assessment of the minors in the presence of Mrs. D.N., as she has been designated at that time by the biological father of the two children to act as the responsible party for the two minors. I am further informed that later on during that day, the paternal uncle of the minors, Mr. U.R., attended the MCIT's office, where he expressed the wish to look after the minors. Madam Speaker, on 13th March 2026, the officers of my ministry effected a site visit at the residence of Mr. U.R. at Okule for a psychological assessment. The paternal uncle, Mr. U.R., had informed that the biological father had asked him to look after his children. Consequently, the paternal uncle was entrusted the care and responsibility of the minors. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that on 16th March 2026, the paternal uncle was contacted for an update on the present status of the children, and my officers were informed that both minors were faring well. On 20th March 2026, my officers conducted a home visit, and the children were found to be faring well. The paternal uncle reiterated his willingness to care for the minors and requested information with regard to the legal procedures to be followed for their custody. An appointment was scheduled by the officers of my ministry with a legal resource person on 26 March 2026, which Mr. Yuar, the paternal uncle, attended. Legal advice was provided to him. Continuous psychological support is being provided to the minors, and close follow-up is being maintained in this case.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie la ministre pour sa réponse. La ministre peut-elle informer la Chambre si l'oncle paternel, qui prend actuellement en charge les deux enfants de Madame B, victime de violences domestiques, a lui-même un enfant et, le cas échéant, quelles mesures concrètes de soutien son ministère a mises en place pour garantir le bien de cet enfant dans ce nouveau cadre familial? Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madame la Présidente, je suis au courant. Selon les informations, c'est vrai que l'oncle paternel a un enfant, un adolescent de 16 ans. Donc, mais le fait est que l'oncle a demandé à ce que les enfants lui soient confiés, et nous suivons les enfants, les psychologues de mon ministère suivent les enfants, et nous sommes satisfaits que les enfants sont entre de bonnes mains.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. La ministre peut-elle informer la Chambre pendant combien de temps l'oncle paternel pourra assumer seul la prise en charge financière de ses deux enfants, alors qu'aucune aide financière du ministère n'a à ce jour été accordée? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Madame la Présidente, je ne suis pas en présence d'une demande dans ce sens, mais je pense que s'il y a une telle demande, ça aurait dû être adressé au ministère de la Sécurité sociale.
On la laisse terminer d'abord. Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Will the Minister inform the House whether her ministry is envisaging to put in place a clear-cut policy to ensure that the children in general are not separated, as to fully protect their well-being and best interests? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madame la Présidente, c'est effectivement la politique du gouvernement, du ministère, c'est-à-dire ne pas séparer les siblings.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et, Madame la Ministre, pouvez-vous informer à la Chambre le nombre de visites effectuées par les psychologues de votre ministère aux enfants?
Il y a eu, selon mes informations, Madame la Présidente, pas moins de 3 visites aux enfants.
Okay, good. Now we go to Honourable First Member for Laundering, Ms. Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B191, please.
Madam Speaker, let me say it from the outset that Rodrigues is not an afterthought in our blue economy agenda, but rather a priority. Rodrigues, as a partner, is a living laboratory of innovation, resilience, and opportunity. I wish to inform the Honourable Member that the Blue Economy Roadmap Consultative Workshop was held under the purview of the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy, and Fisheries. My ministry was not the lead convener for that workshop. However, that doesn't mean that my ministry has left Rodrigues aside. Through the Higher Education Commission, the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, and the Mauritius Institute of Biotechnology Limited, my ministry is already supporting Rodrigues through concrete, measurable, and ongoing actions. Madam Speaker, on research investment during the 5-year period ending in 2025, the MRIC supported 19 research and innovation projects in Rodrigues across blue economy, biodiversity conservation, and climate resilience, mobilizing approximately 14.6 million rupees in project value. That is not only symbolism, but investment. These projects include the underwater marine eco-trail, supporting sustainable marine tourism, marine ecosystem studies by Scholz Rodrigues, the Road Blue Forward initiative by Polytechnics Mauritius Limited, and scientific work by Tertiary Rodriguez on lagoon dynamics and the socioeconomic implications of sand extraction. Madam Speaker, on stakeholder partnership, the MRIC has signed an MOU with the Rodrigues Regional Assembly and operates a dedicated Rodrigues branch anchored on the ground, close to Rodriguan realities. Through the Assises de la Recherche et de l'Innovation 2.0, conducted jointly with the RRA, 5 innovation grants totaling 4.99 million rupees have been awarded, with 8 further applications currently under review. Rodrigues is not being asked simply to receive policy, but Rodrigues is being empowered to shape it. On infrastructure, the MRIC is developing the Rodrigues Blue Innovation Hub to support marine research, seafood value addition, SME development, and ecosystem monitoring, building on existing SEMPA facilities and the MRIC branch. At the scientific frontier, MIBL's Blue Reef proposal targets climate-resilient coral reef restoration through marine genomics, bioprospecting, and local coral nurseries, offering Rodriguan researchers, fishers, and young people hands-on training in cutting-edge science. On human capital, 624 Rodriguan students are currently enrolled in our higher education institution, out of which 589 in publicly funded institutions. They are building the very expertise that will drive Rodrigues' own blue economy future. Madam Speaker, collaboration with Rodrigues Regional Assembly is not only envisaged, it is already happening. It is already producing results, and it will be further strengthened because Rodrigues must not stand at the edge of the blue economy, but rather be at its heart.
Yes, happy? Good. The Honourable... Yes.
Just put a supplementary.
Il se fait entendre. Voilà.
Will we, thank you, Honourable Minister, for this, for your answer to this pertinent question. Will the Honourable Minister confirm whether his ministry will collaborate with the MIC to reinforce the sub-office there so that we have many more researchers, many more human resources?
Definitely. As you're aware, we had a fire there, so we are ensuring that the Rodrigues branch of MRIC, which will soon become the branch of NRI, is consolidated with additional officers.
Thank you. Okay, good. Now we leave Rodrigues? No, we don't. Second member for Rodrigues.
B-stroke 192.
That's it.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the Land Drainage Authority has awarded a contract to CETEC, Mauritius, in February 2025 for the formulation of a land drainage master plan for Rodrigues with a view to building climate resilience and reduce Rodrigues' vulnerability to flooding, taking into consideration the island's specific topographical, climatic, and context. The LDMP aims at proposing a conceptual framework for flood risk management that will guide long-term sustainable development and reduce Rodrigues' exposure to the impacts of climate change. A kick-off meeting was held on 13 March, presented on 23 July 2025 in the presence of several stakeholders, including myself, the Deputy Chief Commissioner, the Commissioner for Public Infrastructure, the Commissioner for Agriculture, and representatives from the National Development Unit, Land Drainage Authority, the Road Development Authority, the Rodrigues Public Utilities Commission, the Cadastral Unit of Rodrigues, and CETEC, amongst others. The presentation outlined the scope of the LDMP, and feedback from the Rodrigues Regional Assembly was also sought with a view to ensuring that the deliverables were aligned with the specific requirements and development vision of Rodrigues. The inception report was officially handed over to the Chief Commissioner and the Deputy Chief Commissioner during the presentation. I'm informed by the LDA that the final report is expected to be submitted by June 2026. Madam Speaker, as regards the projects being implemented by the National Development Unit, a total of 3 drain projects to the tune of some 174 million rupees are currently ongoing and are at 41% completion. 2 projects have been planned for implementation by the NDU in the next financial year, namely raising of forts at Rivière Coco and raising of forts at Béjuno. It is expected that the bidding procedures should, in principle, be completed by October 2026, subject to financial clearance. I am also informed that 6 projects are under preparation and the study is expected to be completed by June 2027.
Okay. Next question. Yes, Ms. Colette? We still remain in Rodrigues?
Yes, please. B193.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, on various occasions I've highlighted the importance that my ministry gives to our children in Rodrigues. That is why the specificities of Rodrigues are always taken on board when policies are formulated or when it comes to ensuring that these policies are implemented satisfactorily. That is why I undertook an official visit to Rodrigues Island from 20th to 24th February 2026 to, inter alia, take stock of progress achieved in the implementation of the foundation program in literacy, numeracy, and skills. Madam Speaker, During my visit, I participated in a roundtable discussion organized by the Deputy Chief Commissioner of Rodrigues Regional Assembly and attended by the departmental head of education, rectors, deputy rectors, and senior educators of the secondary schools. The deliberations focus on the rationale and philosophy behind the foundation program and the importance of setting up of a monitoring committee at school level to follow up the teaching and learning aspects of the program. Madam Speaker, during the meeting, I also apprised concerned stakeholders that the MI, Mauritius Institute of Education, is presently developing a new elective module, namely Ocean Resources and Fishing, for grade 9 students in Rodrigues. They were also informed of the pathways open to these students after the completion of the National Foundation Certificate of Education. In the same context, I proceeded with the launching of some FPLNS workbooks for students of grades 7 to 9, which have been developed by the MI. Madam Speaker, I also took the opportunity of my visit to discuss several critical issues concerning the education sector in Rodrigues with the relevant stakeholders. These included, 1, the possibility of introducing a rotation system for secondary educators in schools under the supervision of the Rodrigues Educational Development Company, REDCO. 2, the relocation of the Special Education Needs Resource and Development Center due to its difficult access for students. 3, the planning requirements arising from the increasing demand for courses at the MITD. Madam Speaker, I also visited the 4 laureates of the 2025 HSE cohort from Rodrigues and their parents at their respective residences. My ministry also hosted a reception in the honor of the 4 laureates in Rodrigues itself, and this event was attended by the Chief Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, and also responsible for education, and even the 4 members of Parliament here, Honourable François, Colette, Henriette Manon, and Leopold. Madam Speaker, school visits were also part of my agenda. Unfortunately, due to the presence of Cyclone Horatio in the region, a cyclone warning class 2 was enforced. As a result, the schools had to close down and the visits had to be cancelled. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Colette, you happy? Yes, the last question is for Honourable Second Member for FLAC. Whatever.
B194, please.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to PQ B/194, B/201, and B/209 together. I will relate to the same subject matter. But I will seek the indulgence of the House as the reply is quite lengthy. Now, Madam Speaker, during the period 20...
I'm sorry, Minister, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Would it not be possible to communicate the reply?
You want me to circulate?
Circulate? Or you, no, you don't want. You want to question him. All right. But we don't have much time. Okay.
I cannot, unfortunately, give an abridged version on the matter. All right, thank you very much. That's right. Now, during the period 2014-2024, the priority of the then regime was land speculation. Consequently, there was massive encroachment upon fertile and prime agricultural land. Post-COVID-19, food production in Mauritius should have been a national priority. Unfortunately, it was not. Our government is restoring food security as a central pillar of national policy. My ministry has adopted a proactive and a resilient-driven strategy to protect the food supply of the country in the face of global uncertainties. 800 million rupees has been allocated to the ministry during the financial year 2025-2026 to support farmers, planters, breeders for various schemes and assistance programs. These, amongst others, include sheltered farming, purchase of agricultural equipment, installation of CCTV camera, seed subsidies, and re-engineering of accompanying measures. The ministry organized the Assises de l'Agriculture in January 2026. The report of the Assises will feed into a food security program for the year 2026-2029. Now, discussion during the Assises focused on unlocking new resources, identification of new technologies, as well as how to achieve diversification to reduce dependency on existing markets. 6 strategic priorities were accordingly identified during the forum: food sovereignty and security, agriculture, climate and environment nexus, environment, plant, animal health, value chain and youth engagement, technology and innovation, and good governance and institutional coordination and policy coherence and financing. As soon as the war situation in Iran unfolded, Madam Speaker, I convened an emergency coordination meeting on the 3rd March 2026 with the relevant technical services and institutions of my ministry. The utmost priority is for the achievement of quick wins and making sure our local produce is readily available for sale given the numerous uncertainties. In this context, an action plan has already been prepared by the Ministry regarding immediate actions or low-hanging fruits, medium-term measures, and longer strategies that will be considered in view of the conflict in the Middle East or Gulf countries. I therefore wish to reassure the House and the public at large that in the immediate future, there is no shortage of affordable vegetables and staple vegetables like onions, potatoes, and garlic. There is full supply of fish, poultry, meat, and eggs from local farms. Moreover, increasing quantity of venison meat will be available on a yearly basis. The Agricultural Marketing Board has already secured additional seed potatoes from France and Netherlands, which are expected to arrive in May 2026, allowing planting to start by early July 2026. This initiative is expected to generate an additional 2,000 tons of potatoes over and above the estimated 13,000 tons normally produced annually. As at February 2026, the Berkeley Experiment Station has a strategic stock of 2 tons of vegetable seeds of more than 20 different types of vegetables that can be used to plant over an area of around 2,300 acres. These seeds are being sold to planters at a highly subsidized price. But we have to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. For example, the National Farmers Union of UK estimates that the world is about to see the biggest spike in food prices since Russian invasion of Ukraine due to the soaring cost of gas, diesel, and fertilizer, and the disruption of shipping routes. Any crisis in the Middle East or Gulf countries sends shockwaves through the global economy, and today's disruption to the Gulf oil supply is already bigger than those of 1970s. We have to brace ourselves as most oil crises lead to recession. Madam Speaker, my ministry is actively focusing on the first 2 strategic priorities, that is sovereignty, in order to boost local agriculture production, and on the agriculture/climate/environment nexus to address climate change. Hence, a contingency emergency plan has been prepared by the ministry to be implemented in the short term. The plan focuses on import substitution policies and optimizing production under the present challenges. These programs include new land resources, strategies to boost production of local staples such as potato, sweet potato, cassava, bean fruit, a precision farming scheme which will allow entrepreneurs to access emerging technologies such as AI-driven precision farming, use of sensors, drones, and high-yielding seeds. May I remind the House that under the Labour-led government, low glycemic rice was grown in Cluny and on sale in supermarket. A household food security scheme will be launched to allow backyard farming. I will now elaborate on a number of concrete measures which are being implemented, namely 1, creation of an agricultural land bank at my ministry and mobilization of land by the State Investment Trust, Rosebell Sugar State, and Landscope Mauritius Limited for the cultivation of potatoes and other strategic crops so as to increase the strategic buffer stocks of essential crops such as potatoes, onions, garlic from 6 weeks to 9 weeks. 2, provisions of grant provided by Food and Agricultural Research and Extension Institute and Small Farmer Welfare Fund to help farmers to modernize their agricultural activities, improve both productivity and adopt locally manufactured fertilizers. 3, distribution to farmers at a highly subsidized prices of fast-growing crops such as beans, cowpeas, leafy vegetables, cabbage, that can be harvested within 2 to 3 months. 4, strengthening storage cold chain systems and agro-processing capacity for the transformation of key crops in order to reduce post-harvest losses from small farmers and extend the shelf life of agricultural produce. The Ministry is presently engaging with private sector operators such as Copé Sud and Best Food on this issue. 5, diversification of import sources and procurement arrangement for potatoes, onions, and garlic to reduce supply risk. 6, monitoring of prices in consultation with the Ministry of Commerce and Consumer Protection and to ensure there is no abusive practices. 7, reliable access to irrigation water and improve agricultural yields by developing irrigation scheme through the Irrigation Authority and encouraging farmers to exploit boreholes in their fields. 8, improving the ease of doing agribusiness for small planters through a one-stop shop strategy. The Small Farmers Welfare Fund will act as a facilitator. Madam Speaker, food security also concerns the availability of meat and livestock products. In this regard, the Division of Veterinary Services of my ministry has initiated the diversification of import sources for livestock. The division has explored the possibility of importing parent poultry stock from Kenya and Zambia.
Minister, may I? We already, time is...
Yeah, no, if time is up, I would have circulated. My friends insisted that I should, you know.
How long more do you have?
Well, if time is up, okay. I would circulate
Yes, thank you. We won't be able to have supplementary. Time is up. More than a few minutes anyway. So time is up now. Thank you very much, Minister. Sorry. Was a very important question. Okay. I now have to announce I have a series of questions that have been withdrawn, of course. So now I will list them. B211, B219, B215, 217, 204, 206, 220, 207, 214, 222, 229, 202, 225, 223, 228, 208, 212, 195, 196, 216, 197, 210, and 205. Thank you very much. Members, I want to tell you that if I close my eyes, it's because of the lights, the broadcasting lights, which you don't get, but I get. I will try and get special glasses.
Motion.
Madam Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2, standing order 10.
The question is, it was seconded? Yes, thank you. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Everybody's sleeping. The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers none. Public bills, first reading.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill number 4 of 2026 be read a first time.
Seconded. Yes. Okay. I think maybe it would be better at this stage that we break for tea, because we don't want the minister to start and then we stop her in the middle. It's much better. Thank you very much.
Public Bill, second reading.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Anti-Money Laundering, Combating the Financing of Terrorism and Countering Proliferation Financing Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 3 of 2026 be read a second time.
Who's seconding? Yes, Mr. Bhagwan. Yes, thank you.
Madam Speaker, our financial services sector is at the heart of the Mauritian economy, contributing 12.4% of GDP, employing 20,000 highly skilled professionals directly and many more indirectly, generating 65% of corporate tax revenues and 34% of PAYE revenue. It's a source of pride, strength, and stability, enabling us to stand tall in the world. Our financial services system has not only proved an immense source of prosperity in the past, it is also fundamental to fulfilling our ambitions for the future. So I stand before the House to present this very important bill, which brings forward a fully comprehensive and forward-looking set of reforms to safeguard the strength, integrity, and resilience of our financial services. And this could not be more timely, more relevant, and more necessary. Reaffirming our financial standing, reinforcing our credibility, and reminding the world of our commitment to reform in the face of new incoming financial threats. Showing our commitment to combating money laundering, the financing of terrorism, and the financing of proliferation. Madam Speaker, the world is changing faster than any of us can imagine. Financial crime is evolving. It's becoming ever more sophisticated, technologically enabled, and cross-border. In such an environment, maintaining the status quo is not an option. We must continuously strengthen our legislative and institutional frameworks to remain ahead of emerging risk. Madam Speaker, at its simplest, this bill is about protecting Mauritius from dirty money and the harm it brings. Money laundering and the financing of terrorism may sound too technical and daunting to many, but these are not distant or abstract concepts. They are what allow crime, corruption, and illegal networks to survive and grow. When illicit money flows unchecked, it does not just affect banks and financial institutions, it distorts the whole economy, undermines honest businesses, and erodes trust in our institutions. For a country like Mauritius, whose strength lies in its reputation as a clean, well-regulated, and trusted financial center, this is not just a technical matter. It is a national priority. In an increasingly interconnected world, financial crime is evolving at an unprecedented pace. Illicit financial flows can move rapidly across borders. Criminal networks operate with growing sophistication, and new technologies are reshaping the risk landscape. Faced with this, no jurisdiction can afford complacency. It is therefore incumbent upon us to ensure that our legal and institutional framework remain robust, adaptive, and capable of responding effectively to emerging threats. Madam Speaker, the global standards in this domain are set by the Financial Action Task Force, whose recommendations continue to evolve in response to new risks. As part of its latest round of mutual evaluations, the FATF has introduced significant amendments, placing stronger emphasis on effectiveness, risk-based supervision, transparency, international cooperation, and critically, the integration of proliferation financing risk. These developments signal a clear shift. It is no longer sufficient to have laws in place. we must demonstrate that they actually work in practice. Madam Speaker, Mauritius went on the FATF grey list in February 2020. Whilst we came out of the grey list in October 2021, I can say that it can leave lasting damage to our global reputation, so there is no place for complacency. Today, Mauritius stands as a jurisdiction of substance, fully aligned with international standards. We are compliant with 26 of the 40 FATF recommendations and largely compliant with the remaining 14. This reflects the strength, coherence, and maturity of our legal, regulatory, and institutional frameworks. But in a world where financial crime is becoming more sophisticated and more global, standing still is not an option. If we do not keep improving, we will fall behind. This bill is therefore about staying ahead, closing gaps, strengthening enforcement, and ensuring that our laws keep pace with new emergent risks. Madam Speaker, compliance is not the destination, it is the foundation. The focus has now shifted to effectiveness, particularly under the FATF immediate outcomes. In this regard, areas such as supervision, beneficial ownership transparency, financial intelligence, and the confiscation of criminal assets remain key priorities for government. In addition, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, we are facing threats that are evolving, transnational, and technologically enabled. Criminal actors and malign state-backed networks exploit opacity, legal ambiguity, and delay. They convert illicit proceeds through complex corporate and trust structures. They hide assets behind nominee arrangements. They exploit weaknesses in non-profit and cooperative sectors and benefit from slow or fragmented cross-agency responses. And to meet these challenges, we must modernize our statutory framework so that our supervisors, investigators, prosecutors, and courts can act swiftly, effectively, and fairly. Madam Speaker, it is precisely within this context that this bill must be understood. Following the completion of our second national risk assessment in 2025, Mauritius now benefits from a more refined and up-to-date understanding of money laundering and terrorism financing risk within our jurisdiction. The findings of this assessment have been instrumental in shaping the reforms before this House. This bill addresses the gaps identified while also aligning our framework with the latest amendments to the FATF recommendations. It has been developed through extensive consultation with all competent authorities, regulatory bodies, relevant ministries, key stakeholders, as well as international and regional partners, including ASAMLAG Secretariat. Madam Speaker, the bill strengthens our risk-based approach by introducing a more dynamic and continuous framework for risk identification and mitigation. It enables targeted and sector-specific assessments and ensures that critical risk information is disseminated effectively across all relevant authorities. A key feature of this bill is the full integration of proliferation financing risk within our legislative framework. It introduces a clear statutory definition, imposes obligations on reporting entities to assess and mitigate such risks, and empowers supervisory authorities to ensure proportionate compliance. Madam Speaker, the bill also significantly enhances our enforcement and asset recovery capabilities. It strengthens the powers of the Financial Crimes Commission. It introduces mechanisms for the temporary suspension of suspicious transactions. It reinforces provisions for the attachment and confiscation of illicit assets. The principle is simple and firm. Crime must not pay. In parallel, the bill advances transparency by strengthening beneficial ownership requirements and enhancing accountability within legal persons and arrangements, including trusts. It also introduces a more refined risk-based approach to the oversight of non-profit organizations, protecting legitimate activities while addressing potential vulnerabilities. Madam Speaker, an additional and forward-looking reform contained in this bill is the provision of the establishment of a centralized information management system. This system will consolidate concise, reliable, and timely data from all competent authorities into a single coordinated platform. The importance of such a mechanism cannot be overstated. Effective supervision, risk assessment, policy formulation, and enforcement all depend on the availability of accurate and accessible data. By enabling better data integration, analysis, and sharing, this measure will significantly enhance our ability to monitor trends, identify risks earlier, support evidence-based decision-making, and demonstrate effectiveness under international standards. Madam Speaker, the reforms extend further to supervisory and regulatory framework. They introduce group-wide supervision, enhance the powers of regulators, and strengthen coordination across institutions. They also address emergent risks, including those linked to virtual assets and new technologies, ensuring that our frameworks remain future-ready. Equally, the bill reinforces both domestic and international cooperation through improved information sharing mechanisms supported by clear safeguards to ensure confidentiality and proper use. Madam Speaker, allow me to introduce the bill clause by clause, explain what these amendments seek to achieve, and set out the public interest that underpins these changes. And I kindly ask the indulgence of the House, given that we are amending 24 existing legislations. I'll start with the Bank of Mauritius Act. The amendments in the Bank of Mauritius Act aim at clarifying the bank's confidentiality obligation so that where it is necessary to make a complaint, lodge a report, or provide information about a person involved or suspected to be involved in an offense. Secondly, introducing a transparent administrative sanctions process that requires written notification of the intended sanction. Thirdly, setting out the grounds and terms. And fourthly, affording the licensee a 21-day right to make written representations where a sanctions may be imposed. Banking Act, including central bank provisions. The Banking Act is being amended in order to firstly clarify the definition of foreign exchange dealer in order to remove licensing and supervision ambiguities, extend AML-CFT obligations to explicitly encompass proliferation financing, and ensure new products, group programs, and customer due diligence measures reflect this obligation. And thirdly, strengthen confidentiality and information sharing provisions to permit both spontaneous and requested exchanges. Companies Act. The Companies Act is being amended to provide a more encompassing UBO definition which enhances corporate transparency, improves customer due diligence across reporting sectors, and materially assists law enforcement and regulatory tracing. Madam Speaker, Cooperatives Act. The Cooperative Act is being amended to empower the registrar to conduct outreach and training on AML-CFT obligations. and require cooperative societies and credit unions to maintain a register of beneficial owners subject to supervisory access with penalties for non-compliance. Courts Act. The Courts Act is being amended to expand the criteria for referral to the Financial Crimes Division to cover offences involving public officials, high-profile penetrators, foreign nationals, or where the offence is grave or complex. Require fair and timely determination of matters by providing for expeditious conduct of proceedings, DDI in diem, progression of the plea, and adjournments only when it is in the interest of justice. Madam Speaker, Declaration of Assets Act. The Declaration of Assets Act is being amended to firstly permit electronic submission of declarations, broaden definitions, for example, spouse and certain asset classes, and strengthen powers to request supporting information and documents. Secondly, introduce a narrowly framed voluntary disclosure relief for late filers who come forward before an investigation is underway and increase penalties for deliberate non-compliance. Madam Speaker, the Environment Act. As environmental crimes can be lucrative and may generate proceeds that feed into broader money laundering schemes, the Environment Act is being amended to introduce an offence of ecocide for unlawful and wanton acts that cause severe, widespread, or longer-term environmental damage with proportionate fines and custodial penalties of up to 10 years, alongside non-criminal remedies such as restoration, compensation, and exclusion from public funding. Financial Crimes Commission Act. The Financial Crimes Commission Act is being amended to address operational gaps, improve clarity, and enhance effectiveness. The definition of property of corresponding value is being introduced in order to enable recovery where original proceeds of crime cannot be located, traced, dissipated, or held by bona fide third party. This significantly strengthens our asset recovery capability in line with international standards. The amendments also improve coordinations between enforcement agencies by removing rigid statutory thresholds for referrals between the Commission and the police. The provisions relating to unexplained wealth are also strengthened by broadening their scope to include residents and legal persons, and by introducing more flexible evidentiary mechanism to handle complex cases. Madam Speaker, Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act, FIAMLA. The FIAMLA is being amended to refine the definition of financial institution and expand transaction to cover professions and gambling, and add clear definitions for non-profit organization, proliferation financing, and virtual assets service providers. Amendments are also being proposed to require reporting persons to address PF risk, mandate a centralized information management system for AML, CFT, CPF data, introduce consolidated group supervision, improve domestic and international information sharing safeguards, and provide procedural fairness and appeal rights for administrative penalties, tighten customer due diligence for existing customers, and adjust sectoral reporting thresholds. Financial Reporting Act. The Financial Reporting Act is being amended to provide explicit powers to the Mauritius Institute of Professional Accountants to inspect its licenses, enable issuance of remedial directions with procedural safeguards, and allow compounding of offences with appropriate oversight and escalation to law enforcement agencies where compounding is declined. Madam Speaker, Financial Services Act. The Financial Services Act is being amended to introduce a register of domestic trusts and foreign trusts having at least one qualified trustee. Clarify that the Commission may facilitate or permit foreign counterparts to conduct group-level inquiries and extend supervisory information exchange powers with safeguard on dissemination. Madam Speaker, Gambling Regulatory Authority, Income Tax Act, and the Mauritius Revenue Authority Amendment. The Gambling Regulatory Authority Act, the Income Tax Act, and the Mauritius Revenue Authority Act are being amended to require beneficial ownership details at license application stage for gambling operators, introduce cash transaction limits, and enhance fiscal investigation powers with carefully circumscribed search and seizure provisions and appropriate safeguards. Madam Speaker, National Payment Systems Act. The National Payment Systems Act is being amended to clarify enforcement and due process by allowing operators, participants, and payment service providers to seek judicial review for administrative penalties and actions. Real Estate Agent Authority Act. The Real Estate Agent Authority Act is being amended to vest the authority with the responsibility of approving compliance officers in addition to MLROs and deputies, and formalizing information sharing arrangements with other bodies for the purpose of tightening AML-CFT oversight, improve interagency cooperation, and ensuring that transactional actors are properly regulated. Madam Speaker, Registration of Associations Act. The Registration of Associations Act is being amended to empower the registrar to collect fundraising, financial, programmatic data, enable risk-based inspection and information sharing, provide a right of judicial review against administrative sanctions, and record fundraising disbursement activity to enhance NPO transparency and TF risk mitigation. Madam Speaker, United Nations Financial Prohibitions, Arms Embargo, and Travel Ban Sanctions Act. The United Nations Financial Provisions, Arms Embargo, and Travel Ban Sanctions Act is being amended to provide for, firstly, definition of risk to be expanded to cover proliferation and proliferation financing, and secondly, the speeding up of UN sanction implementation and strengthen coordination. And finally, Madam Speaker, value-added tax. The value-added tax is being amended to secure interagency cooperation and preserving safeguards. Madam Speaker, if these amendments are enacted and effectively implemented, we can reasonably expect, firstly, a clear reinforcement in the effectiveness measures to prevent Mauritius being used as a conduit for illicit finance by closing identifiable legal gaps. Secondly, more rapid and effective investigations, better preservation of evidence, and timely asset recoveries. Thirdly, greater resilience of our financial sector and strengthen confidence among international partners and investors. Fourthly, enhance transparency and accountability across corporate, cooperative, and public office contexts. And fifth, stronger compliance with FATF and related international standards protecting our market access and reputation. Madam Speaker, this bill addresses vulnerabilities identified in our national risk assessment and in international evaluations. It is urgent because criminals actors do not wait. It is measured because each enhancement is accompanied by safeguard and oversight. Our goal is not to punish legitimate business or hamstring legitimate commerce. Our goal is to deny criminals the tools to exploit our jurisdiction, to preserve investor confidence, and to protect citizens from the corrosive effect of illicit finance on public institutions. Madam Speaker, the amendments I present today are the product of careful diagnosis of real operational problems and of comparative international practice. They are designed to work together to make our supervisory regime clearer and more effective, to make prosecution and asset recovery practicable, prompt, and to ensure our legal framework remains responsive to emerging risks such as virtual assets and proliferation financing. At every stage, we have built in safeguards to protect procedural fairness and individual rights. I invite members of the Assembly to examine each amendment on its own merit, to engage constructively with the bill's provision, and to support this endeavor so that Mauritius remains a safe, credible, and resilient financial jurisdiction, one that protects its citizens, honors its international commitments, and attracts legitimate investment and commerce. Madam Speaker, we on our part are also investing significantly in capacity building to ensure that the successful implementation of the measures that I have just elaborated. Through training programs, outreach initiatives, and collaboration with international institutions and development partners, we are ensuring that both the public and private sectors remain equipped to respond effectively to evolving risk. This whole-of-system approach is critical to sustaining effectiveness. So, Madam Speaker, taken together, these reforms represent a decisive and strategic step forward. They move us beyond technical compliance toward demonstrable effectiveness. They strengthen our institutions, enhance transparency, and reinforce our ability to prevent and combat financial crime in all its forms. Above all, they reaffirm our commitment to maintaining Mauritius as a credible, resilient, and internationally respected financial center. Madam Speaker, the message we send today is clear. Mauritius will not be a weak link in the global financing system. We will be a jurisdiction of integrity, of substance, and of trust. Now, Madam Speaker, before concluding, let me make an important final point. I am conscious that whenever we bring forward legislations of this nature, there may be concerns from the industry. Some will say we are over-regulating. Others will argue that we are acting under external pressure, and some may worry about the burden on businesses. Coming myself from the private sector, I am very conscious of striking the right balance between compliance and an enabling business environment. So let me address this directly. First, this bill is not about over-regulation. It is about smart and targeted regulation. It is about focusing on real risk, not creating unnecessary obstacles for legitimate operators. Second, this is not about doing things for others. It is about acting in our own national interests. A strong AML-CFT framework protects Mauritius, our economy, our jobs, and our international standing. And third, Madam Speaker, the bill is designed to support, not stifle, genuine businesses. A clean and credible jurisdiction attracts more investment, lowers risk, and creates long-term opportunities for our people and our businesses. So, Madam Speaker, the choice before us is clear. We can either be reactive, waiting for the problems to arise, and then scrambling to respond in the future. Or we can take proactive, deliberate, and decisive steps to safeguard our health today. This bill chooses the path of responsibility, credibility, and confidence. It takes decisive action, and it sends a very clear and strong message. A clear message to investors that Mauritius is a strong, safe, and secure place to do business. And a clear message to those who would do our nation harm with dirty money or illegal finance. The message is stay away. You have no place in Mauritius. The Mauritian economy is an economy built on integrity, honesty, and the rule of law. An economy which is strong, stable, and secure. An economy where legitimate enterprises can thrive, not just survive. So delivering our wealth, our prosperity, and an improved quality of life. Madam Speaker, with that, I now commend the bill to the House.
Yes, thank you. Okay, it has to be... Okay. I think it has to be seconded again. That's it. Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. You
Thank
did very
you.
well, hein? Point de vue du temps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is not merely another piece of legislation as it concerns the very integrity of our financial system, the reputation of our international financial center, and ultimately, Madam Speaker, the economic security of every citizen of this country. And like the Honourable Minister said earlier, today we are amending 24 acts. And we are being asked, Madam Speaker, to debate on and vote this bill in very peculiar circumstances. First, Madam Speaker, recently the Deputy Prime Minister resigned and made some very serious accusations of corruption against political nominees. And a few days ago, I'll have to come back to that, a minister and therefore a member of the Cabinet of Ministers made some more accusations of corruption, and this time stating that the situation is even worse than what described the former Deputy Prime Minister. And of course, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister himself, who 10 years on, still has to explain to our justice system and the population at large where does his 220 billion rupees come from. Et non, Madame la Présidente, on ne peut pas tolérer des accusations.
Honourable Juman, try and be... He's the leader of the opposition. Today, he's the leader of the opposition. We don't know. We don't know. Please, carry on.
Et en plus de cela, Madame la Présidente, notre agence de lutte contre la corruption, je pense, n'est pas armée convenablement puisque le responsable de cette entité ne répond pas aux qualifications requises selon la loi. Et lors d'un private notice question, j'avais posé une question supplémentaire à l'honorable Premier ministre concernant le renouvellement du contrat du directeur et tout récemment, malheureusement, le vice-premier ministre démissionnaire a confirmé qu'une tactique malsaine avait été utilisée pour le reconduire à ce poste. Madame la Présidente, je n'ai rien contre cette personne. Il a de l'expérience dans le domaine, mais il ne répond pas, une chose est sûre, il ne répond pas aux critères établis par la loi. Madam Speaker, this bill, we agree, is necessary in order to reinforce our preparedness for the next major mutual evaluation by the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group, that is a SAMLAG, scheduled next year. However, as custodians of the public trust, it is our duty as members of this House to scrutinize not only the intent, but also the substance, the implications, and the potential consequences of the legislative framework we are being asked to endorse today, Madam Speaker. To properly evaluate this bill, Madam Speaker, it is imperative that we recall with honesty and humility the episode that brought this nation to a very critical juncture, our placement on the FATF's list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring, commonly known as the Great List, in February 2020. The question, Madam Speaker, why was Mauritius grey listed? These are the reasons pointed by FATF: a lack of effective risk-based supervision of financial institutions and designated non-financial businesses and professions, limited and timely access to accurate and up-to-date beneficial ownership information for legal persons and arrangements, and insufficient oversight and monitoring of non-profit organizations to prevent their misuse for terrorist financing, and lastly, Madam Speaker, a general ineffectiveness in conducting money laundering investigations and prosecutions, particularly those that are complex and transnational in nature. These are the very reasons we were put on the grey list. And the consequences of that listing, Madam Speaker, were immediate and severe. Our reputation as a prudent, compliant, and well-regulated jurisdiction was tarnished. Correspondent banking relationships came under strain, with some international financing institutions applying enhanced due diligence, or in some cases, de-risking by reducing their exposure to Mauritian entities. The cost of compliance for our local financial institutions increased exponentially. Investor confidence, that most fragile of commodities, was shaken. The grey list was not merely a technical designation. It was an economic sanction imposed by the market with real impacts on jobs, investment, and growth. Madam Speaker, the response of the government of the day, and indeed of the nation as a whole, to this challenge was commendable in its urgency and comprehensiveness. A high-level committee, led by the then Prime Minister himself, was established to expedite the implementation of the FATF action plan. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I understand that this committee does not exist today. The legislative machinery was activated at an unprecedented pace. Amendments were brought to the Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act, the Companies Act, the Financial Services Act, and other relevant enactments. The Financial Intelligence Unit was strengthened in terms of resources and operational capacity. The Registrar of Companies was empowered to enforce the collection and verification of beneficial ownership information. A risk-based supervision framework was developed and rolled out across supervisory authorities, Madam Speaker. Extensive training and awareness programs were conducted for reporting institutions, legal practitioners, accountants, and other stakeholders. Mauritius also enhanced its international cooperation, engaging proactively with the FATF and SAMLAG, and also other partner jurisdictions. This concerted whole of government effort bore fruit, Madam Speaker. In October 2021, a mere 20 months after being grey-listed, the FATF announced the removal of Mauritius from its list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring. This was a record time for delisting, a testament to the political will at that time and also to the technical competence and national unity that was marshaled to address these deficiencies. It was a victory for Mauritius, a validation of our commitment to international standards and a restoration of confidence in our financial system. However, Madam Speaker, the removal from the grey list was not an end point. It was a milestone on a continuous journey. Compliance is not a destination, but a process. Mauritius remains under enhanced follow-up by the FATF and is preparing for its third mutual evaluation by the Assemblage, which is scheduled for next year, that is in 2027. This upcoming evaluation will be conducted under the FATF's revised methodology of 2022, which places greater emphasis on the effectiveness of a country's AML, CFT, CPF regime, not merely its technical compliance with the 40 recommendations. It is against this backdrop, Madam Speaker, that we must examine the bill before us today. How does this bill, that is the 2026 bill, compare with the legislative framework that guided us through the grey listing episode and subsequent delisting? What new elements does it introduce, and what are their potential advantages and disadvantages? And I wish to draw the attention of this House to specific clauses that warrant detailed scrutiny. On a general note, Madam Speaker, I have the impression that some institutions under this legislation, like the Bank of Mauritius, the MRA, the FCC, the FIU, and the FSC, are being given wide unchecked powers under their respective acts to enable investigatory fishing expedition with an erosion of judicial control on them, Madam Speaker. On the definition of beneficial ownership, and here I refer to clause 4, where this bill is amending the Companies Act, redefining beneficial owner to include any natural person who ultimately owns or controls a company or on whose behalf a transaction is conducted. It explicitly includes control through voting rights, debt instruments, or positions held within a legal person. Similarly, Madam Speaker, clause 5 amends the Cooperative Act to mandate a register of beneficial owners for societies, and clause 12 and 20 amend the Financial Services Act and Trust Act, respectively, to require detailed registers of trusts, including settlers, protectors, and beneficiaries. The advantage here is clear, Madam Speaker. It closes the loopholes that previously allowed opaque structures to hide illicit wealth. It directly addresses one of the key deficiencies cited during our grey listing. However, the disadvantage lies in the administrative burden. Madam Speaker, the definition is broad, capturing effective control, which can be subjective for legitimate family offices or complex investment structures. Determining the natural person at the end of the chain can be legally complex. If the guidance is not clear, we run the risk of over-reporting or inaccurate reporting, which defeats the purpose of transparency. Madam Speaker, furthermore, while Clause 12 states that this information shall not be made accessible to the public, the sheer volume of data required to be maintained by trustees and service providers increases compliance costs significantly. Secondly, Madam Speaker, on asset recovery and confiscation powers, Clause 9 amends the Financial Crimes Commission Act of 2023, introducing the concept of property of corresponding value. This allows for confiscation even if the original proceeds of crime cannot be located or have been dissipated or are held by a third party. It also empowers the Commission to require financial institutions to provide customer information within 48 hours under Section 68A. The advantage is a robust deterrent. Madam Speaker, criminals often hide assets behind nominees or convert them into different forms. This clause ensures that crime does not pay, even if the specific cash is gone, Madam Speaker. However, the disadvantage is the potential impact on third-party rights. The definition of property of corresponding value is wide enough to include lawfully acquired property. While there are safeguards, the burden of proof shifts significantly, and we must ensure that innocent third parties who acquire assets in good faith, Madam Speaker, are not inadvertently penalized. Madam Speaker, I refer to Clause 9, where reference is made to an amendment to be brought to Section 56 of the FCC Act. The question is, why was the Independent Police Complaint Commission created if now we shall have the Commission investigating on police and vice versa? Madam Speaker, I note that in Section 64.1, wide powers are being given to the Financial Crime Commission, and I hope that this clause will be used by the FCC judiciously, Madam Speaker. On a positive note, Madam Speaker, I note that Clause 9, Section 104, introduces for the first time a compensation order allowing courts to compensate persons who suffer loss due to serious default or gross negligence by Commission officers. This, Madam Speaker, is a crucial safeguard that was lacking in previous legislation and must be highlighted as a significant improvement in balancing enforcement powers with individual rights. Let me now refer to Clause 68A, which concerns power to require information for asset recovery investigations. We understand that now, through this bill, by a simple notice which can be sent by electronic means, that is, an email, the FCC can obtain customer information from financial institution as compared to a judge's order. Madam Speaker, this is very dangerous, Madam Speaker. Thirdly, on operational efficiency and FIU powers, Clause 10 amends the Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act. It introduces Section 10A, allowing the FIU to order a temporary suspension of a suspicious transaction for up to 72 hours and can be extended by a judge. It also establishes, Madam Speaker, and the Honourable Minister earlier mentioned that, a centralised information management system which is under Section 19EA of the Bill. Now, with regard to the administration and management of the system, it is stated that the ministry shall. May we be informed which ministry are we referring to? I believe it is the ministry responsible for the subject of money laundering. Is it the Ministry of Finance? Madam Speaker, in the past, by the time the FIU analysed a report and law enforcement acted, funds had often moved offshore. A 72-hour freeze allows time for investigation. Definitely, the CIMS will improve data sharing between competent authorities, addressing the silos issue often cited by evaluators. However, the disadvantage is the risk to legitimate commerce. A 72-hour suspension, if used frequently and without precise intelligence, can disrupt legitimate business transactions, damage commercial relationships, and expose reporting institutions to liability from their clients. The clause mandates non-disclosure of the suspension order, which is necessary for investigation, but adds to the compliance complexity for banks who must manage client expectations without revealing regulatory actions. Fourthly, Madam Speaker, on judicial efficiency, Clause 6 amends the Courts Act, inserting Section 41AA and Section 80E, mandating that criminal proceedings before the Financial Crimes Division be conducted expeditiously, DDA in diem, once a plea is entered, with strict requirements for granting adjournments. The advantage is undeniable, and we do welcome this amendment. One of the criticisms during the grey listing period was the length of time taken to prosecute financial crimes. Delays often led to evidence degradation or witness attrition, and as we say, justice delayed is justice denied, Madam Speaker. This clause forces a timeline on the judiciary. Madam Speaker, I cannot make my speech if somebody is barking behind me, Madam Speaker. This has happened too often, Madam Speaker.
I know, Mr. Adjournment, please. Both of you, members, both of you, Mr. Adjournment, please. You didn't say anything? I am asking you to say that. C'est pas vous? Non, alors là ça va pas. Non, Honourable Minister, tout marchait très très bien là. Et l'honorable Jamal fait comme si je suis sourde. Bien sûr, je l'ai entendu. Vous n'avez pas dit les mots qu'il ne fallait pas, mais vous l'avez interrompu.
Il faut le mettre en prison le plus vite possible.
Qu'est-ce que je vais faire? I've told you in the past.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I've told you in the past, Mr. Jaman.
But this time it was not me.
It was not me. Everybody knows it was you. Leader, just carry on. I won't. I won't ask him anything because everybody's not being honest. Please. No, just terminez votre discours. And he was actually on a good autant que j'ai pu comprendre. Il félicitait. No, you cannot.
Yeah, but nobody uttered that. Madam Speaker,
Okay.
he said in this house that nobody...
J'en ai marre. Je lève la séance. Vous n'avez pas compris ce qui se passe là? Soit vous me laissez tranquille, nous savons très bien qu'il y a eu 2 fautes. S'il y a eu 2 fautes, on reste tranquille, on continue, ou je lève la séance. À vous de voir.
No, if he agrees he has said what he said earlier, interrupting me, then I'm willing to withdraw. Otherwise, I won't withdraw.
Non,
If
mais
nobody said.
Honourable. Alors, si c'est pas lui, celui qui a dit ça doit me dire qui c'est. On va voir. On va voir qui c'est. Mais c'est ce que je dis. Franchement, soit M. Adjournment pense que je suis totalement à l'ouest, et il me fait croire, tout le monde sait que c'est lui. Est-ce que c'est
Madame la Présidente, au nom pour trouver un compromis, je prends la responsabilité de ce qui s'est passé.
I withdraw what I said, madam.
De toute manière...
Let me come back to my speech.
Yeah, let me say, no, just please withdraw that word.
I said I withdraw, madam.
Oh, you withdraw, I didn't hear, because everybody is shouting. De toute manière, cet après-midi, je vais aller regarder, nous avons enregistré. Je vais aller regarder cet après-midi. Mais vous avez retiré le mot, c'est très bien. Bon, franchement, il est déjà 17h50.
Madam Speaker, I was talking
Yes, take it in your
about
stride.
the D-Day Indian concept, and I was saying that this clause forces a timeline on the judiciary and the parties concerned. However, the disadvantage is the potential pressure on the justice system. Complex financial crimes involve voluminous documents and expert witnesses. And we also know that considerable logistics is required if we have a certain number of cases being dealt with concurrently. Therefore, Madam Speaker, my question to the Honourable Minister is whether the judiciary was consulted in the drafting of this section. Madam Speaker, forcing a day Indian trial without adequate preparation time could compromise the quality of justice or lead to appeals based on unfair trial conditions. We must ensure the judiciary is resourced adequately to handle this accelerated pace, Madam Speaker.
I
Now,
hope
fifthly,
everybody, I think it's the Latin that got everybody very odd, the DDA in DM thing. We are used to this, aren't we, Attorney General?
fifthly, Madam Speaker,
Allez-y.
on novel offences, Clause 8 amends the Environment Act 2024, introducing for the first time the offence of ecocide, with penalties up to 10 years of penal servitude. Madam Speaker, may the House be informed as to why this clause has been introduced in this bill. I sincerely think that this amendment has nothing to do with AML CFT. And I think maybe this has been put in this bill to please a party in government. Madam Speaker, the disadvantage is the enforceability of ecocide, which is a very complex concept involving scientific evidence of severe, widespread, or long-term damage. Prosecuting this requires specialized experts that our current law enforcement may lack, Madam Speaker. Clause 7 amends the Declaration of Assets Act, expanding the definition of work of art to include digital arts and collectibles, and increasing penalties for non-declaration. The advantage is that it expands the scope of predicate offences for money laundering. Toutefois, on est en droit de poser la question, Madame la Présidente, est-ce qu'on a à Maurice des évaluateurs d'objets d'art, de tableaux, etc. Madam Speaker, valuing digital arts for asset declaration is highly subjective and may lead to disputes between declarants and the Commission. Finally, Madam Speaker, I must address the safeguards regarding administrative penalties. Clause 2 amends the Bank of Mauritius Act, requiring the bank to notify financial institutions of its intention to impose penalties and granting them 21 days to make written representation before the penalty is imposed. This is a vital addition. In the previous regime, there were concerns about the immediacy of sanctions without adequate recourse. This clause introduces a layer of due process that protects institutions from arbitrary regulatory action. It is a disadvantage only in the sense that it may slightly delay the imposition of sanctions, but it is a necessary trade-off for fairness and legal certainty. Madam Speaker, I must now address the elephant in the room. The prospect of Mauritius being relisted again following a SAMLAG mutual evaluation scheduled in 2027 is in front of us. Et je ne suis pas en train de crier au loup comme certains. The Comsure Group notes that Mauritius is currently undergoing ongoing enhanced follow-up, and the 2027 assessment will evaluate both technical compliance and effectiveness across 11 immediate outcomes, with a more prominent focus on counter-proliferation financing. The Platform Africa report highlights that this evaluation will be conducted under FATF's revised 2022 methodology, which is more rigorous and outcome-focused. What are the present possibilities of a relisting, Madam Speaker? The risk is not negligible. The FATF and SAMLAG will be looking for evidence that our laws are not just on paper, but are effectively implemented and enforced. They will assess whether our financial institutions are truly applying risk-based supervision, whether our authorities are successfully investigating and prosecuting complex money laundering cases, and whether our beneficial ownership information is accurate, timely, and accessible. The inclusion of CPF as a core component of this bill is a proactive step in this regard. However, legislation alone is insufficient. The effectiveness of this bill, Madam Speaker, will depend entirely on its implementation, the training of officers, the allocation of resources, the coordination between agencies, and the culture of compliance within the private sector. If today we pass this bill, but fail to adequately resource the FIU, the Financial Crimes Commission, the police, and the supervisory authorities, we risk creating a facade of compliance that will not withstand the scrutiny of an on-site SAMLAG evaluation in 2027. Conversely, if we pass this bill and couple it with a sustained, well-funded, and coordinated implementation strategy, we cannot only avoid relisting, but position Mauritius as a regional leader in financial integrity. Madam Speaker, time will tell whether we have succeeded. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this bill represents a necessary and timely evolution of our legal framework. However, we must not legislate with our eyes wide open. The disadvantages, the increased compliance burden, the risk of regulatory overreach, the potential impact on business costs and privacy are real and must be mitigated through careful drafting, clear guidelines, and ongoing dialogue with all stakeholders. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, we must recognize that this bill is not a silver bullet. Its success will be determined not in this House, but in the offices of regulators, the courtrooms of our judiciary, and the compliance departments of our financial institutions. When we vote for this piece of legislation today, Madam Speaker, let us do so with a solemn pledge to implement it with wisdom, proportionality, and an unwavering commitment to both security and justice. For in safeguarding our financial system, Madam Speaker, we are safeguarding the prosperity and dignity of every citizen in this country. I'm done, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madame la Présidente, j'allais commencer mon discours en regrettant l'absence de l'ancien député Prime Minister qui avait parlé longuement sur les risques d'un downgrade, de grey listing de Maurice sur la liste de Gafi. Mais écoutant l'honorable leader de l'opposition, je vois qu'il y a eu beaucoup de concertation. Parce qu'en l'entendant, je croyais croire que c'était l'ancien député Prime Minister qui était en train de parler. Et ce n'est pas une coïncidence, parce que ce matin aussi, lors de PMQ, c'était ex-DPM, 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 comme si l'alliance avait déjà été conclue entre l'ex-DPM et le MSN. Le leader de l'opposition a commencé son discours en parlant, en faisant référence au Financial Crimes Commission et la lutte contre la corruption. Excusez-moi, monsieur le leader de l'opposition, vous êtes très mal placé pour venir parler de lutte contre la corruption. Mais pour ce qui est de votre commentaire sur le directeur général, je vais reprendre ce que l'honorable Premier ministre avait dit en réponse à votre PMQ. Le directeur général présent, intérimaire du Financial Crime Commission, a été nommé selon les procédures établies par la loi. Dans un premier temps pour 9 mois et dans un deuxième temps pour une deuxième période de 9 mois. Pourquoi? Parce que le gouvernement est en train de préparer une nouvelle loi, le Financial Crimes Agency, qui va absorber le Financial Crime Commission. Donc, ce n'est pas la peine maintenant de nommer quelqu'un à la tête de la Financial Crimes Commission si dans quelques semaines, quelques mois, on aura à nommer quelqu'un d'autre à la tête du Financial Crime Agency. Mais ceci dit, le gouvernement a déjà pris les mesures nécessaires pour amender la loi, le Financial Crimes Commission, pour renforcer les pouvoirs du Director Public Prosecution pour qu'il n'y ait plus de cover-up, pour qu'on ne puisse plus ranger les cas de corruption dans le tiroir. On a aussi amendé la loi pour permettre à la police, et ça c'est en réponse à une des critiques de Garfi, on a permis à la police de faire des enquêtes parallèles dans des cas de fraude, dans des cas de blanchiment d'argent. Madame la Présidente, le leader de l'opposition, et c'est bon, il nous a parlé de l'île Maurice, s'étant retrouvé sur la liste grise en 2020. Mais il choisit de ne pas dire pourquoi. Moi, je vous dis pourquoi, monsieur le leader de l'opposition, parce que vous étiez dans ce gouvernement. Vous souvenez-vous, madame la présidente, du cas de Alvaro Sobrino? Jean-Claude Bastos de Moret, Quantum Global, Dos Santos, le Angola Sovereign Fund, démantèlement de la BAI, ingérence du gouvernement dans les enquêtes. C'est la raison pour laquelle on s'est retrouvé sur la liste grise en 2020. Et heureusement qu'il y a eu Covid. Heureusement qu'il y a eu Covid et on n'a pas eu à voir tout l'étendue de l'impact d'être sur la liste grise. Aujourd'hui, le leader de l'opposition nous dit qu'il n'y a plus de comité présidé par le Premier ministre, comme c'était le cas sous le précédent régime. Mais je suis sûr qu'il doit lire les comptes rendus des décisions du cabinet. Le 7 novembre 2025, le cabinet a pris note de la composition d'un comité interministériel sur anti-money laundering, combating financial of terrorism and combating proliferation of financing, qui est co-présidé par la ministre du service financier et l'honorable Attorney General, et dont fait partie pas moins de 6 ministres de ce gouvernement et 16 représentants des competent authorities. Je parle par exemple de la Banque de Maurice, la Financial Services Commission, Register of Companies, Register of Associations, Register of Cooperatives, 16. Donc, FIU, Financial Intelligence Unit. Et c'est ce comité-là, Madame la Présidente, qui aujourd'hui a accouché du projet de loi que vous avez. C'est un travail d'équipe, bien sûr, présidé par les deux coprésidents, Madame la ministre des secteurs financiers et l'Attorney General, mais tous les ministres, tous les competent authorities ont eu l'occasion de faire des commentaires sur ce projet de loi. Donc c'est un projet de loi qui fait l'unanimité parmi les law enforcement agencies. Et oui, on espère qu'avec ce projet de loi, on va pouvoir répondre aux attentes de Garfi que l'année prochaine, en 2027, à travers ESAMLAG, va à nouveau nous passer en examen. Mais qu'est-ce qui s'est passé, Madame la Présidente, depuis 2020 à aujourd'hui? Pourquoi l'honorable leader de l'opposition, et il a raison de souligner le risque qu'on se retrouve sur la liste grise? Pourquoi? À qui la faute? Peut-être que l'honorable ministre leader de l'opposition, il oublie le fameux homme d'affaires Mami Ravatomanga. Pendant 10 ans, sous le gouvernement MSM, 7,3 milliards, ce monsieur a pu librement circuler à travers des sociétés écrans à Maurice. Donc, qui était responsable de cela? L'autre cas, Banyan Tree Bank, Silver Bank. Aujourd'hui, hier même, Madame la Présidente, on a reçu un communiqué de la Banque centrale qui hier a remplacé le conservateur par un receiver. Mais Banyan Tree, en 2020, avait premièrement forcé la Banque de Maurice de nommer un conservateur. il avait gelé tous les comptes. Tous les comptes étaient gelés. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé après? La Banque centrale, sous l'ancien régime, dont le gouverneur général aujourd'hui est sous un mandat d'arrêt, dont le ministre des Finances est aussi mandat d'arrêt, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait? Ils ont agréé un transfert d'actions entre les actionnaires de Banyan Tree aux nouveaux actionnaires de Silverbank. Et puis, ils ont fait pression sur des agences gouvernementales de garder leurs dépôts avec Silverbank. Ils ont fait pression sur la municipalité de Port-Louis, sur la municipalité de Turpip, de renouveler leurs dépôts avec Silverbank. Je sais de quoi je parle parce que j'étais le président de Public Accounts Committee et on a fait remarquer dans notre rapport qu'ils ont reçu, ils ont reçu la pression, des instructions venant du ministère des Finances de renouveler leurs dépôts à Silverbank. Alors que ce même ministère des Finances avait dans une circulaire dit que n'importe quel corps paritatique et municipalité qui a un excédent d'argent, il devait l'investir dans des bons du Trésor. Au final, dans une réponse à PMQT, le Premier ministre, c'était en date du 2 décembre 2025, le Premier ministre, le 2 décembre 2025, annonçait à la Chambre qu'un montant de 3,35 milliards de roupies, 3,35 milliards de roupies appartenant à des government-related entities ont été placés dans Silverbank sous leur gouvernement. Mais après, aujourd'hui, il vient nous dire que Maurice risque d'être sur la liste, on risque d'être sur la liste à cause de vous et votre gouvernement précédent. Madame la Présidente, j'ai un petit peu souri lorsque le leader de l'opposition nous a demandé pourquoi on est en train d'introduire une nouvelle disposition de écocide. Et il va même plus loin pour dire que si on le fait, c'est sous pression d'un de nos partenaires au gouvernement. Si le leader de l'opposition avait pris la peine de consulter GAFI, FATF, les experts, ils auront su que depuis 2012, je ne parle pas depuis 2025 qu'on a pris le pouvoir, depuis 2012, depuis 13 ans, GAFI n'arrête pas de tirer la sonnette d'alarme concernant les crimes contre l'environnement, qui est devenu une raquette internationale. Je parle de deforestation, je parle de trafic d'ivoire, trafic d'animaux protégés. À Maurice, je parle de justement trafic de bois de rose, trafic de bois de sandales, qui aujourd'hui, selon le GAFI, aujourd'hui, environment, je cite FATF, je cite de son website, environmental crime is one of the most profitable criminal enterprises, generating around $110 to $281 billion in criminal gains each year. It covers a wide range of unlawful activities such as illegal logging, illegal wildlife trade, and waste trafficking. Mais à Maurice, ce n'est pas un crime. C'est ça le problème. Sous le précédent régime, ils n'ont jamais légiféré pour qu'il y ait un crime contre l'environnement. Et puis, se disent grands défenseurs, grands écolos, parti verte. Et depuis 2012, GAFI vous dit qu'il faut légiférer pour avoir un crime, environmental crime, ce que nous on est en train de faire aujourd'hui, écocide. ecocide. Et aujourd'hui, quand on passe une loi pour venir dire que toute infraction sera punie d'un penal servitude de 10 ans, automatiquement, ça devient un crime. Et pourquoi c'est important que ce soit un crime? Parce que sous le Financial Intelligence Crime, quand on est en train de combattre le blanchiment d'argent, la définition, c'est « proceeds of a crime ». Donc, auparavant, toutes les infractions sur l'Environment Act n'étaient pas des crimes. Maintenant, avec cette loi, on aura un crime. Donc, maintenant, avec cette loi, on aura blanchiment d'argent pour tout ce qui est en train de tuer Mère Nature. Voilà, monsieur le leader de l'opposition, si vous avez fait votre work, vous aurez su pourquoi on a mis cette disposition dans notre loi. Madame la Présidente, l'honorable leader de l'opposition a aussi fait une remarque par rapport avec tous ces nouvelles provisions qu'on a dans cette loi, le business sera encore plus difficile. On dit, il faudra collecter toutes les informations, le partager, ça prend du temps, ça prend de l'argent. Mais Madame la Présidente, la réputation de Maurice n'a pas de prix. Eux, ils ont grandi, ils ont régné dans l'opacité. Nous, on change, on règne dans la transparence. C'est ça la différence.
T'as compris, Joe?
Et si c'est un coût d'opération, si effectivement il y a un compliance cost, mais les bénéfices qui découlera dans notre secteur financier comme un centre financier crédible, international, reconnu, va excéder tout le risque de l'augmentation du coût. Autre chose, et là j'étais vraiment très surpris, c'est les commentaires de l'honorable leader de l'opposition concernant la justice. Vous savez, Madame la Présidente, on veut être une juridiction crédible. Donc, on vient avec une loi pour que tous les cas de financial crime soient disposés le plus rapidement possible, tout en respectant le droit des accusés. Donc, on est en train d'introduire le concept de le procès continuel, tous les jours. C'est ça le fameux dédié. Mais ce n'est pas nouveau. On l'a déjà en ce qui concerne les assises. Donc, simplement, maintenant, on va appliquer le même raisonnement pour les financial crimes, d'autant plus que très souvent, dans les financial crimes, on a des témoins qui sortent de l'étranger pour venir à Maurice, parce que le crime de blanchiment d'argent international, il y a coopération de différents pays. Et on a su, quand il y avait, par exemple, le cas de Boscalis, comment c'était difficile, parce qu'à chaque fois, M. Mantoura renvoyait le procès. Donc là, on introduit des mesures pour justement terminer au plus vite possible. Mais la remarque du leader de l'opposition qui me dérange, c'est qu'il est en train de suggérer qu'on puisse nous donner des directives au chef juge, aux juges. On ne peut pas le faire. Non, suggérer qu'on est en train de mettre pression sur le judiciaire. On ne va pas donner des suggestions.
Non, ce qu'il a dit, c'est est-ce que le judiciaire a été consulté?
Le judiciaire...
Nous savons qu'il y a la séparation des pouvoirs. Allez.
Le judiciaire, je peux vous donner la garantie au leader de l'opposition, le judiciaire va demeurer indépendant et il n'y aura aucune ingérence de notre gouvernement. Et jamais, au grand jamais, vous allez entendre l'honorable Premier ministre ou n'importe quel ministre de ce gouvernement venir critiquer la décision d'une magistrate comme l'ancien Premier ministre l'a fait. Mais c'est vrai. La mémoire courte, le leader de l'opposition a la mémoire courte. Madame la Présidente, brièvement, je vais parler de deux aspects de ce texte de loi qui suscite la controverse. Et c'est les provisions concernant le trust. Et le leader de l'opposition a fait référence au trust. Madame la Présidente, j'ai eu la chance de former partie du Steering Committee qui, en 2000, était venu avec le Financial Services Commission. Et j'étais dans l'équipe qui a rédigé le Trust Act. Et je me souviens très bien que 25 ans de cela, il y avait une forte pression pour garder la confidentialité autour... Non, il doit report to the deputy, ex-deputy.
Pas de Jacques Brel là, hein, pas de Jacques Brel.
Ouais. Donc, quand on était dans ce comité, c'était très important de préserver la confidentialité des informations concernant les trusts. Et c'est pourquoi vous allez voir, je crois que c'est de mémoire section 23 du Trust Act, qu'il faut passer par un ordre de la Cour suprême pour avoir des informations concernant l'identité du settlor, des bénéficiaires et de l'administration du trust. Mais ça, c'était 25 ans de cela. Depuis, les choses ont évolué, même en Angleterre, où dans un cas, je suis sûr quand vous étiez à l'université, vous avez entendu des secret trusts, half secret trusts. Donc, ça n'existait même pas, les trusts. Il n'y avait aucune obligation de venir déclarer des trusts, encore moins de les enregistrer. Mais aujourd'hui, même en Angleterre, il y a une obligation d'enregistrer la plupart des express trusts avec Her Majesty's Custom Service. Donc les choses évoluent et nous, à l'île Maurice aussi, on a dû modifier nos lois pour créer ce registre de trusts qui sera avec le FSC, mais on a essayé de préserver la balance entre la nécessité de bien réglementer le secteur, mais aussi préserver la confidentialité. Et donc, ce n'est pas tout le monde qui aura accès à ces données, c'est que la Financial Services Commission et les autres regulated entities, par exemple les banques qui ont besoin d'avoir des informations sur les trusts. Donc, on est en train de ménager les deux. Et puis finalement, Madame la Présidente, un mot sur le secteur qui concerne mon ministère, le Registrar of Association. Le Registrar of Association qui est concerné par recommandation 8 on preventing terrorism financing in not-for-profit organizations. Donc, le GAFI a souligné que les institutions charitables et les sociétés, les associations qui tombent sous mon ministère, ont un risque d'être utilisées abusivement, manipulées pour le financement des activités terroristes. Notamment, il y avait tout un scandale avec le financement de Al-Qaïda dans le passé. Donc, c'est pourquoi aujourd'hui, on fait des amendements, on apporte des amendements au Registration of Association Act pour assurer que toutes les associations qui sont à risque, ils font un risk-based assessment et prendre les mesures nécessaires. En même temps, les officiers de mon ministère vont faire des inspections et s'assurer que les associations à Maurice, surtout les associations caritatives, religieuses, ne sont pas manipulées, utilisées. En même temps, on a profité pour enlever une provision qui était assez archaïque, qui permettait au ministre de décider si une association qui n'était pas en conformité avec la loi pouvait continuer à exister. Ce n'était pas le cas, par exemple, pour les compagnies. Les compagnies, si vous n'êtes pas compliant, le Register of Company vous déregistre. Mais par contre, pour les associations, le Registrar of Association n'avait pas ce pouvoir, c'était le ministre de tutelle. La conséquence, il y a plusieurs milliers d'associations qui ne sont pas compliant à Maurice et qui sont toujours qui existe toujours. Donc avec cet amendement, on retire ce pouvoir subjectif de la main des politiciens et on le met dans la main du régulateur, le Registrar of Association. Donc moi, je vais conclure, Madame la Présidente, en félicitant ma collègue pour cette excellente loi. Et j'espère maintenant qu'avec cette loi, on va passer facilement le Technical Assessment. Maintenant, on va s'assurer au niveau des Law Enforcement Agencies qu'on passe aussi l'examen de effectiveness. Merci.
Honourable Roukni, c'est à vous.
Madam Speaker, let me put the introduction of this bill in the current context. We are a small island of 1.2 billion without much natural resources and our main asset being our human capital. Our financial sector contributes around 12% of our GDP and employs tens of thousands of people directly and indirectly, which we need to protect as much as we can. Prior to 2014, we were really a jurisdiction of choice for many financial activities. But since then, by sheer incompetence of the Adjournment government, we lost the battle and allowed our DTA with India, with South Africa, to be renegotiated against our interest. And other DTAs were just terminated. I cannot quantify enough the negative impact this has had on our sector. This has contributed in chasing away major international banks, like the Deutsche Bank, from our financial landscape, whilst others have aborted their venture here. To make matters worse, comme mes amis avant moi l'ont aussi dit, in 2020, the FATF placed us on its grey list. The trust that we had built over the years of constant hard work took a serious blow. It is very pertinent to ask whether we are still considered as a credible financial hub. We all remember 2020, when Mauritius was placed on the FATF grey list. Correspondent banking relationships came under strain. Transaction costs rose. The reputational cost was immediate and measurable. Investors asked hard questions, some walked away. Ce n'est pas une question abstraite, Madame la Présidente. Quand la réputation financière d'un pays est entachée, c'est le citoyen ordinaire qui en paye le prix, pas seulement les grandes institutions. We came off that list, but a country that has been grey-listed once carries a scar. This bill is, in part, the dressing on that scar. For that reason alone, it deserves to pass. Be it as it may, we are rebuilding and we need to re-engineer. However, let's be honest. We are duty-bound to introduce this legislation. This is an FATF compliance legislation. I'm not saying we shouldn't have brought this legislation, but leadership goes beyond mere compliance. This is a serious bill. It deserves a serious engagement, and that is what I intend to offer today in support of its broad objectives. We have to admit that we had laws, albeit fragmented, but it is on implementation that we have had issues in the past. Now, this bill takes us from isolated measures to 5 interconnected pillars: data strategy, asset recovery, transparency, expanded regulatory scope, and judicial speed. Madam Speaker, let us begin with what is perhaps the most consequential conceptual expansion in this bill. For decades, our regulatory framework spoke of AML, CFT, anti-money laundering, and combating the financing of terrorism. This bill now adds the letter P, countering proliferation financing. This is not an acronym change for the sake of paperwork. As we speak, the Middle East burns. Wars are being fought with weapons financed through structures that look, on paper, perfectly legitimate. The same instruments used to hide a corrupt official's kickback can and have been used to fund the acquisition of technologies capable of mass destruction. Now that proliferation is in the game, those who are responsible in the relevant institutions will have not only to look at where does the money come from, where the proceeds come from, whether they come from legitimate or illegitimate proceeds, they should also be thinking about whether the proceeds of a legitimate business is going to be used for the wrong intent. Maybe they are buying aluminum tubes, but instead of going for the manufacturing of a farm, it will be going for the manufacturing of a nuclear enrichment plant. Mauritius, as an international financial center, cannot be naive about this. We cannot say it happens elsewhere. Everywhere financial flows move is potentially a transit point. The addition of proliferation financings to our compliance obligations is a necessary, mature, and courageous step. Madam Speaker, I want to bring this discussion down to earth because financial crime does not always announce itself in the language of weapons programs and offshore foundations. Sometimes it arrives in a lorry, sometimes it enters through a port, and sometimes it enters with the blessing of the state itself. I refer to the matter of the importation of petit papier, the rolling paper commonly used to smoke cannabis. That was authorized under the previous administration. This was not a gray area import. This was the product of essentially no legitimate commercial application in the volumes imported, which was staggering and which raised no alarm. No alarm bells, and without my dear colleagues, then in the opposition, this would have remained unknown to the public. Madam Speaker, the volumes imported would have represented, at commercial wholesale prices, approximately 460 million rupees. The question was never satisfactorily answered, is not just where the product went. The question is, where did the money come from? Who funded this? How was it declared? What due diligence was performed by the institutions that processed those payments? That, Madam Speaker, is precisely the kind of transaction that the amendments to the Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act now seeks to capture. The new provisions require reporting persons, banks, financial institutions, licensed dealers to conduct rigorous customer due diligence to identify beneficial ownership, to flag transactions that make no obvious commercial sense. A transaction of that scale for a product of that nature should have been a red flag on the first day it crossed a compliance officer's desk. Ce genre d'affaires, Madame la Présidente, n'est pas le résultat d'une erreur isolée. C'est le résultat d'un système qui n'a pas posé les bonnes questions. This bill is if properly implemented, ensures those questions get asked. Madam Speaker, I want to speak plainly about something that every Mauritian sees, and that our legal system has historically been unable to address. The person who drives a luxury vehicle that costs several million rupees on a salary that would barely cover its monthly insurance premium. The individual who resides in a property that by any rational calculation would require decades of their declared income to acquire. the family whose lifestyle bears no relationship to their formal professional track record. This, again, is not an abstract phenomenon. We have seen it so many times recently. It exists, it is visible, and for too long, our institutions have lacked both the tools and, at times, the will to pursue it. The amendments to the Financial Crimes Commission Act introduced in this bill are directly targeted at this reality. The concept of property of corresponding value means that when a convicted person has hidden or dissipated the proceeds of their crime, the state is no longer powerless. It can reach their clean assets, their inherited property, their registered vehicles, their legitimate investments to satisfy the debt they owe to the society. Je suis tenté de dire pour ceux qui ont mal utilisé les proceeds de la MIC doivent trembler. Madam Speaker, one of the architecturally significant reforms in this bill is the strengthening of beneficial ownership requirements. The amended Companies Act, the Cooperatives Act, the Trust Act, the Foundations Act, all now carry more rigorous obligations to identify, record, and report the actual human being who ultimately owns or controls the legal entity. We really are looking at the mind who is behind the thinking process and who is instructing the commission of the crime. This matters because the classical structure of financial crime is not a man walking into a bank with a bag of cash. It is a chain of legal persons, each one owned by another, each one incorporated in a different jurisdiction, each one obscuring the lost until the actual beneficial owner is buried so deep beneath layers of legitimate-looking paperwork that no single institution can see them. This bill addresses that. It defines beneficial ownership broadly and intelligently, capturing control through debt instruments, through differential voting rights, through the power to appoint senior management. These are precisely the mechanisms sophisticated criminals use when they want to own something without appearing to own it. I have the feeling that what this legislation wants to do is to be able to lay the hands of the law on everybody who can take a decision, who can cause a decision to be taken to commit a crime. I hope this will even go beyond debt instruments. It will probably even go beyond, towards a big client who can account for 70% of your revenue and thereby can dictate how you should take your decisions. Madam Speaker, I must raise a concern that colleagues examining comparable legislation internationally will recognize immediately. In the European Union, under AMLD 5 and AMLD 6, beneficial ownership registers are partially public and cross-linked across jurisdictions. In the United States, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network maintains a mandatory beneficial ownership registry with real enforcement. In Singapore, the Monetary Authority maintains an integrated supervisory intelligence net framework. What we have in this bill is still fundamentally a system of self-declaration. So when the financial institution is implementing a structure, it will potentially ask its potential client, who is your beneficial owner? And it will ask in the process to be provided with the share registers to ascertain who are the shareholders. And as regards the beneficial ownership, it can only rely on the declaration of the client. So we have a system which still relies on self-declaration. We ask entities to declare their beneficial owners. We do not, as yet, build in robust, independent verification mechanisms, cross-database checks against tax records, customs data, immigration information. We collect the data, but we are not yet weaponizing it. Nous déclarons les bénéficiaires économiques, nous ne les vérifions pas encore de manière systématique. Et un criminel sophistiqué le sait très bien. Madam Speaker, I want to borrow a distinction that I think is fundamental to understanding the limitations of this bill. There is a difference between compliance-driven AML system and an intelligence-driven AML system. This bill moves us towards the former. It does not yet deliver the latter. A compliance system asks, did the bank fill out the form? Did the real estate agent submit the report? Did the trustee update the register? These are necessary questions, but they are not sufficient. An intelligence-driven system asks, what does the data tell us? Where are the patterns? Which sectors? Which structures? Which nationalities or beneficial owners are showing anomalies? The United States, through the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2020, moved explicitly toward intelligence-led enforcement, integrating data analytics, enabling information sharing between private institutions, and creating a feedback loop between the FIU and reporting entities. Madam Speaker, some of the most consequential financial crime investigations in the world were broken open not by regulators, not by prosecutors, but by insiders. People within institutions saw something wrong, who had the courage to speak, and who paid a personal price for doing so. That is why countries like the US, they go further. They incentivize whistleblowers. To conclude, Madam Speaker, I would like to say I support this bill. I support it because our financial system must be clean. I support it because the person living in an inexplicable palace, driving a vehicle their salary could never finance, must finally feel that the law is watching. I support it because the institutions that allowed a cheap papier importation of that scale to proceed without scrutiny must now operate in a framework that makes that kind of institutional sleep impossible. I support it because compliance with FATF standards is not a technicality. It is the price of admission to the global financial community. And we have paid the cost of exclusion before. And we should never pay it again. Nous avons les institutions, nous avons l'intelligence, nous avons la volonté. Ce qu'il nous faut maintenant, c'est le courage de ne pas nous arrêter à ce qui est suffisant et de poursuivre ce qui est excellent. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Edouard.
Merci Madame la Présidente. La concurrence en place financière internationale est actuellement féroce, qu'il soit entre Genève et Port-Louis, qu'il soit entre Seychelles et Singapour, qu'il soit entre New York et Durban. Cette concurrence est vraiment féroce. Si nous voulons rester dans cette course, nous devons continuellement montrer patte blanche. Si nous voulons préserver nos emplois, les 20 000 emplois, si nous voulons préserver le 12% de cette industrie dans notre PIB, nous devons continuer à montrer patte blanche. Donc, je salue l'initiative de l'honorable ministre des Services financiers pour ce projet d'amendement qui va justement dans le sens de maintenir cette place financière propre et irréprochable. Cette initiative, évidemment, ne tombe pas du ciel. Elle découle de sa volonté, de la volonté du gouvernement de colmater les brèches qui existent dans la législation telle qu'elle existe aujourd'hui. Les amendements proposés ciblent 24 lois et règlements avec un objectif clair, améliorer l'arsenal juridique et l'efficacité de la lutte contre la criminalité financière. Cet exercice, disons-le, se fait dans le cadre d'autres exercices, deux exercices qui auront lieu tout bientôt. La première dans le cadre de Essamblak de la SADC, qui commence l'année prochaine, qui aura lieu l'année prochaine, et le second par le groupe d'action financière GAFI de la place financière mauricienne. Donc, ces deux évaluations arrivent, et autant prémunir, autant agir avant que des évaluations négatives pourraient nous arriver. Je dois dire, comme l'a dit mon ami et collègue honorable Outim, qu'on aurait bien voulu avoir aujourd'hui dans l'hémicycle l'honorable Paul Béranger. Malheureusement, il est absent de l'hémicycle. Il nous a beaucoup parlé des risques des grey listings. Le grey listing, ça veut dire simplement que nous tombons dans une liste des pays qui ne respectent pas les normes établies par les GAFI. Plus concrètement, cela voudrait dire que notre place pourrait être utilisée pour blanchir de l'argent sale. Mais on n'est pas là. Quand l'évaluation du GAFI arrivera, il y aura un rapport et le rapport fera un point sur la situation. Si besoin, ce rapport fera des recommandations pour qu'on puisse rectifier le tir. C'est seulement en cas de refus pour prendre des mesures correctives que les GAFI procéderaient au grey listing. Je ne dirais pas qu'on est en train de crier au loup, mais disons, on peut donner la chance au gouvernement, à l'honorable ministre, de gérer la chose et puis être prêt pour ces évaluations. Il y a une très bonne nouvelle, Madame la Présidente. Et en effet, permettez-moi d'évoquer cette bonne nouvelle qui est le classement Global Financial Centers Index 39, c'est-à-dire 2026, qui vient d'être publié au fait le 26 mars dernier. Maurice occupe désormais les 50e rangs, gagnant 8 places sur une année dans le classement mondial des 120 pays. Mais sur un classement régional, c'est-à-dire Afrique, Moyen-Orient, nous occupons une belle 5e place derrière Dubaï, Abu Dhabi, Doha et Casablanca. L'avenir nous dira si nous allons faire mieux que le pays du Golfe, qui se trouve malheureusement aujourd'hui dans la tourmente à cause de la guerre israélo-américaine contre l'Iran. Je ne dirai pas que les malheurs des uns font les bonheurs des autres, mais cette guerre a de quoi rabattre les cartes et éventuellement aider Maurice à se positionner comme une alternative au centre financier du Golfe. Le Global Financial Centers Index 39, donc, qui vient d'être publié, met aussi en évidence quelque chose de très intéressant. Maurice se retrouve à la 9e place sur une liste de 15 pays qui vont gagner en importance ces prochaines années. Il faut le dire, il y a 10 ans, dans ce classement, Maurice occupait le 73e rang sur une liste de 86 pays. Donc, Madame la Présidente, ne faisons pas la fine bouche et saluons ce bond en avant. Mais, voilà, comme je vous l'ai déjà dit dans le passé, je me méfie de ces agences occidentales qui nous distribuent des notes par ici et des notes par là. Je ne jette pas le bébé avec l'eau du bain. Mais je peux affirmer que ces agences imposent leurs critères, leurs propres critères, à des pays comme le nôtre, qui n'ont pas d'autre choix que de s'y conformer. N'oublions pas que le Global Financial Centers Index dont je viens de parler est une affaire lucrative de l'entreprise privée qui s'appelle ZYN. Je me demande en effet quel est le prix, si on paye, quel est le prix qu'on paye chaque année pour être listé dans cet indice. J'ai parlé auparavant du GAFI. Il s'agit d'une initiative du G7, initiative lancée en 1989, si je ne me trompe pas. 89, Madame la Présidente, vous vous souviendrez, le monde vient de traverser une grosse crise financière née de la crise de subprime aux États-Unis, qui a balayé l'Europe et qui a créé la récession partout dans le monde. Et puis là, on a vu que les caisses des États étaient vides, mais les entreprises étaient très riches. Et là, les États, à commencer par le G7, a décidé de mettre en place le GAFI, qui est hébergé aujourd'hui à l'OCDE à Paris, pour régulariser, pour amender, pour contrôler les places financières internationales. Évidemment, comme je disais au début, les places financières internationales, je parle de Genève, je sais, Londres, Monaco, et puis une autre des nouvelles places financières comme Mauritius, Singapour, Seychelles, nous sommes en concurrence avec les pays, avec les places financières traditionnelles, si vous voulez. Donc, l'OCDE a le pouvoir de nous whitelist, de nous greylist, de nous blacklist à leur guise, alors qu'ils devraient aussi balayer devant leurs portes. Londres, Jersey, Monaco, Genève, ne sont-ils pas aussi des machines formidables à blanchir de l'argent sale? Est-ce que leurs places financières n'abritent pas l'argent provenant de l'évasion fiscale et des fraudes fiscales? Est-ce qu'on a déjà entendu parler du GAFI blacklisté Genève ou greylisté Genève ou Londres? Souvenez-vous, Madame la Présidente, je suis sûr que vous vous souvenez du livre du sociologue genevois Jean Ziegler, ami du leader du MMM.
Il est venu à Maurice.
Il est venu à Maurice d'ailleurs. Son livre intitulé La Suisse lave plus blanc. Vous pouvez dire qu'il s'agit d'un ouvrage qui est dépassé maintenant, certes, mais voilà, les vieilles habitudes sont tenaces. Et nous apprenons régulièrement que des fonds illicites ont atterri dans telle ou telle banque à Lugano, à Zurich ou à Genève. Madame la Présidente, mais tout cela ne doit pas nous empêcher de maintenir une place financière irréprochable chez nous. L'enjeu est de taille, on l'a déjà dit, 20 000 emplois col blanc avec des salaires très élevés, un secteur qui contribue 12,7% à notre PIB, et les amendements proposés par le ministre, l'honorable ministre des Services financiers, visent effectivement à faire le ménage. Car malgré les renforcements constants de nos législations en la matière, nous découvrons aussi que nos banques, les fonds d'investissement et autres véhicules spéciaux qui sont présents chez nous abritent des fonds douteux et qui portent atteinte à la réputation de notre industrie financière. Nous venons d'apprendre que les fonds liés au douteux financier américain Epstein aient pu transiter chez nous, ou encore l'homme d'affaires malgache Mami Ravatoanga qui détiendrait des dizaines de comptes bien garnis chez nous à travers des sociétés écrans. Nous connaissons aussi le cas de Jean-Claude Bastos, la famille Santos. Et il y a autant d'enquêtes qui ont lieu ici localement et internationalement. Due diligence, Madame la Speaker, bonjour. Ces fonds arrivent malgré le fait que nous prétendons que nous avons une place financière propre. Un article publié l'an dernier, en décembre dernier, par l'agence financière Bloomberg, affirme que notre belle île compte sur une population de 1,2 million d'habitants, quelques 5 000 millionnaires venus d'Afrique du Sud, Chine et ailleurs, attirés par un taux d'imposition forfaitaire attirés par l'absence d'impôt sur les plus-values, attirés par les successions sans frais, sans compter les sociétés domiciliées à Maurice qui bénéficient parfois des exonérations pouvant aller jusqu'à 95%. Je ne dis pas qu'ils ont tous les mains sales, mais les cas des mamies Rabat Tomanga, arrêtés fin 2025, devraient nous interpeller. Ils montrent que notre place financière est poreuse. Ce n'est pas un problème si tel ou tel homme d'affaires place son argent chez nous parce qu'il a confiance de notre place financière, mais c'est un problème lorsque cet argent provient de l'évasion ou de la fraude fiscale, de la part des particuliers ou d'entreprises multinationales. Et que voyons-nous, Madame la Présidente? Après les Paradise Papers, qui avaient ébranlé l'offshore mauricien en 2017, le consortium international des journalistes d'investigation dénonçait 2 ans plus tard, en 2019, la plateforme mauricienne permettant aux multinationales de recourir à toutes sortes de pratiques comptables créatives pour minimiser les assiettes fiscales là où elles exercent leurs activités, de rapatrier leurs bénéfices à Maurice qui applique une forte concurrence fiscale avec un taux d'imposition compris entre 3 et 15%. Ce sont ainsi des milliards qui échappent au fisc de ces pays, notamment pays africains, pour atterrir chez nous. Ce n'est pas un service que nous rendons à l'Afrique, avec qui nous voulons établir des liens économiques privilégiés, car il s'agit bien d'un continent d'avenir. On ne peut pas dépouiller l'Afrique pour faire croître notre place financière. Madame la Présidente, les pays africains ne sont pas dupes par rapport à notre industrie financière. Et c'est pourquoi plusieurs d'entre eux ont déjà dénoncé ou renégocié les accords de double imposition signés avec nous. Madame la Présidente, savez-vous que la minuscule île Maurice figure dans les top 5 des investisseurs pour 17 des 15 économies d'Afrique subsaharienne? Donc nous sommes parmi les plus grands investisseurs en Afrique. En République démocratique du Congo, Maurice est à l'origine des 63% des investissements directs étrangers, surtout dans le secteur minier. Pourtant, ces entreprises minières n'ont pas pillon sur rue ici. Ils sont basés en Chine, ils sont basés au Kazakhstan, en Suisse. Tous les cuivres, tous les cobaltes, 67% en effet de cuivre, de cobalt et d'autres matières premières exploitées, les sièges de leur société se trouvent ailleurs, pas à Maurice. Mais l'argent de leurs bénéfices arrive dans notre place financière. Selon la Banque mondiale, les investissements étrangers effectués à partir de Maurice s'élevaient à 312 milliards de dollars en 2022, soit plus de 24 fois notre produit intérieur brut, qui s'élevait alors à 13 milliards de dollars cette même année. Je crois aussi que nous sommes où nous étions, jusqu'à ce que quelques changements interviennent, nous étions le premier pourvoyeur des investissements directs en Inde. Allez savoir pourquoi, comment. Madame la Présidente, en tant que petite île aux moyens limités, nous n'avons pas de choix que de conformer aux exigences du GAFI ou de l'Union européenne. C'est dans ce contexte même que nous sommes partie prenante de l'accord BEPS, Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, signé en 1993 à Saint-Pétersbourg. C'était à la suite du sommet du G7 à Paris, où les chefs d'État avaient parlé du BEPS. Donc, au sommet du G20 à Saint-Pétersbourg, en présence de plusieurs chefs d'État, dont Barack Obama, évidemment, Poutine, et tous les beaucoup de chefs d'État, mais surtout occidentaux, avaient signé le BEPS. Et puis, je disais, comme avant, le monde sortait à peine d'une grosse déprime, et il fallait vraiment trouver de l'argent. Et là, les dirigeants mondiaux ont pensé qu'il faut taxer les multinationales, il ne faut pas permettre les multinationales de shifter leurs bénéfices dans des pays à juridiction plus facile en matière d'impôts. Il fallait donc mettre de l'ordre dans les régimes fiscaux, éliminer la concurrence fiscale déloyale, lutter contre la fraude et l'évasion fiscale et faire de sorte que les multinationales qui brassent des milliards payent des impôts là où ils font les bénéfices. La mise en pratique, toutefois, et malheureusement, Madame la Présidente, ça c'était la théorie, en réalité, la mise en pratique et le respect des BEPS, et c'est toute une autre affaire. Ce n'est pas le cas aujourd'hui. Et des pays, des places financières comme le nôtre, nous profitons de ce vide, c'est-à-dire les multinationales continuent à apporter leurs bénéfices ici, alors qu'ils ont gagné ces bénéfices dans d'autres pays où ils échappent au fisc. C'est là, il y a un manque de justice, et puis c'est ça que je suis en train de décrier. C'est pourquoi, Madame la Présidente, pour conclure, je plaide que notre place financière se consolide à travers les amendements proposés. Créer des emplois, on a encore besoin d'emplois. Attire des investissements et s'épanouissent, non pas en profiteurs des législations insuffisantes et poreuses ici et ailleurs, mais en construisant une place financière solide, digne de confiance, crédible, sans compromis sur la transparence et sur l'éthique, sans complaisance et donc respectée dans le monde entier. C'est pourquoi j'ai dit un grand oui aux réformes législatives proposées pour notre collègue, l'honorable ministre des Services financiers.
Merci beaucoup. Yes, Honourable Atsiavadian.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the debates.
Yes, it's seconded. Seconded, yes. The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 7th of April at 11:30 a.m.
Okay. The House stands adjourned. I have two members who have asked for adjournment matters. François and then you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to address a matter of concern to the Dr. Honourable Prime Minister with regards to Air Mauritius landing permit and the repatriation of human remains to Mauritius. I'm informed that out of the 4 ATR aircrafts currently in operation, only one, the oldest, is accommodating stretchers and coffins. Madam Speaker, an inhabitant of Mauritius, one late JCB, passed away last night in hospital in Mauritius. Although at times landing permit approval takes time, in this particular case it has already been secured. However, the family has been advised that the remains of the late JCB will only be now repatriated to Rodrigues by Friday or could be later. In some other instances, delays extend to even more days. One can appreciate the distress and additional burden such delays impose on already vulnerable and aggrieved families in Rodrigues. Madam Speaker, two key issues arise in this regard. First, the difficulty in obtaining land permits during weekends and delays, and second, the delay in the repatriation of human remains within a reasonable time frame. In most circumstances, such repatriation could and should be effected within 24 hours. Madam Speaker, is it not time for government to consider a special medical service by air? In light of the above, may I respectfully request the Dr. Honourable Prime Minister to cause his good office to look into this matter with a view to taking the necessary remedial actions so as to ensure a more timely, humane and efficient service for aggrieved families in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it causes a lot of distress, I'm sure. I can't understand why. I knew there was a problem with the aircrafts. One of them had a hard landing. But that doesn't explain why. So I will take up the matter with the Mauritius.
Yes, Honourable Ramkalawan.
I have a humble request to the Minister of Social Security regarding the shelter for the elderly used by the L'Aventure Senior Citizen Associations in constituency number 9, which is in a pitiful state in terms of its infrastructure, lack of ventilation, rusting of iron sheet and poles, water leakages and others, whether a site visit can be done by officers concerned and needful measures be adopted. Thank you.
Will be done, and you can accompany us when we do the visit.
Okay. Honourable Mitchell, please.
So, Madam, I request to the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, qui gère la CWA. Madame, lorsque ceux qui font une demande de connexion à l'eau courante, que ce soit résidentielle ou agricole ou commerciale, doivent passer sous un processus. Ils ont besoin de l'approval de ce qu'on appelle MOD. Et à la suite de la gestion de ce dossier, ils sont appelés à faire une contribution financière. Mais souvent, on se retrouve face à des situations où ceux qui veulent investir dans le secteur agricole, que ce soit hydroponique ou la culture vivrière ou même industrielle, ils sont obligés de payer, c'est ce qu'on appelle le financial contribution. Therefore, I would request the Honourable Minister to first try to expedite all requests pertaining to agricultural sectors, and secondly, if he could levy this financial contribution for all requests for connection related to our agricultural sector, because very often I take this case of one person who wants to have one small hydroponic project, and he's been requested to pay 50,000 rupees as financial contribution. May those who build villas, etc., maybe this bill could be passed on to those people who sell villas at 40 million, 50 million rupees, but those who are willing to invest in the sector of agriculture, waive it, I'm sorry, yes. Thank you, Honourable Minister. So can the Minister please waive this final contribution, at least to those requests pertaining to the agricultural sector? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, merci. Je vais reprendre l'affaire avec le MOD, comité de la CWA.
Thank you.